So good morning and welcome. And I think this is our this is actually CHSP, what, 23rd year? Start losing count of years. The time, it's amazing how much time goes by. What I want to get started with, first of all, and we'll kind of catch up as we have a little time, some breaks in between. But as you know, I'm Pat Holliday with the City of Tallahassee, so good morning. And some of my colleagues are out here. You can see Virginia's online. She's Anita Morrell, Tiffany Harris, Sala, and a couple, let's see, I see a couple, Rashonda. Let's see, Rashonda. Yeah, Capital Medical Society. If you have the capacity, and I know some of you don't, but if you do have the capacity, please show your faces because it's much better for the agencies if they can see you. Understandable if you can't, if you don't have capacity to show your face, that's fine. But let's get started. And first of all, I would like for each of you to introduce yourselves, please, to one another. Just your name, the organization that you represent, and how long you've been how many years you've served as a CHSP review team member. We'll get started with Daria.
Okay, hi. Can you see us?
Yes, I can see you.
Okay. My name is Daria Ibach, and I work at Capital City Bank, and this will be my third time participating.
Have you again, Ms. Rashonda.
Capital Medical Society Foundation, and this is my second.
And then we'll go with Miss Julie.
Hi, good morning. I'm Julie Smith with the Salvation Army, and this is my second year participating.
Gentlemen, Dan.
Yeah, Dan McGrew with Career Source Capital Region. This is my 7th year participating.
As time has gone by, Dan. Royal.
Okay. This is Royal King with Leon County, and this is my second term.
Mr. Baker.
Is that me, Pat?
Yes, sir.
Hi, Joe Baker. I'm Executive Director of the Board of Nursing with the Florida Department of Health, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years.
We have a very long relationship, Joe and I. We were stating earlier, we said we made a joke earlier that we've been together longer than most people have been together in marriages. And Mr. Cat.
I miss climbing in and out of the van with you all day today.
Yes.
And me getting your favorite dessert, peach cobbler.
Lunch is being delivered to our houses, right?
Yeah, Nita Morrell is taking care of all food arrangements for the day. Anything that doesn't happen, we'll blame it on Anita. And Mr. Cal.
Cal Melton, I'm a local chiropractor, and I believe this will be my 10th year, not consecutive, but my 10th.
So welcome back, Mr. Cal. He took a leave of absence for a little while. So today, kind of talking about the format for the days. This is obviously we had to transition to virtual. So we did, it was a lot of work. It was kind of scary, but everything so far has gone pretty smoothly. No agency so far. I mean, everyone has met their meeting time and everything. But just to kind of talk about what is the a basic format to look at for the day's meeting, the format would be Royal King is your team leader. Cal Melton will serve as a timekeeper. So Cal, your timekeeper role will be critical, okay? Because Royal, you'll be primarily managing the interviews, the questions from your members on your team. So you'll be managing that kind of process, but Cal has to manage the overall time. And what that means is that once someone answers a question, Cal, you will have to stop them, for example, because we have only 20 minutes. The first question, and let's talk about format. So the way the format of today's meeting will be first, you guys introduce yourselves. That will start with your team leader, Royal. You'll introduce yourself first, and basically by your name, let them know you're serving as a team leader today, and welcoming them. And then also basically, well, that's it. Once you give your name, the organization that you represent, and how many years you've been serving as a CHSP volunteer, give them a sense of who you are as a team members. Then next, the other team members will introduce themselves. So just kind of go in order so we can not have a lot of quiet space. Either Roy, you could just defer to your members. You could just say, Rashonda, please introduce yourself, and then just say next, Daria, next, and so forth. The last person to introduce themselves will be the timekeeper will be Cal. And you'll introduce yourself again, the same way, let them know who you are, but then let them know that you're the timekeeper and that they have 20 minutes to respond to questions. But before we actually start the 20 minutes, we will allow them to introduce themselves. So you can let them know that they can introduce themselves only by name and the role that they play in the organization. That is it. If they start presenting, which can happen, you will have to shut it down immediately. Only name and your role. That's it. And then as soon as they finish their introductions, Cal, then you would actually start the time. Say now the 20 minutes time starts. Now, because some of your people that will be calling in, some will have the capacity to see and some will not. So therefore, like some have cameras, some don't have a camera. So let your team members and the organization know when 5 months or 5 minutes are left in the time. 5 minutes, and so let them. And you also, when you introduce yourself, let them know that you will interrupt and let them know when 5 minutes are left in this session. And then at 1 minute, you'll let them know, and then you shut it down. The first question to ask will be, and I'm going to have Joe, the first question that you're going to ask, and I think Joe, since you were with the health department, I'm going to give you that question, would be, the first question would be that and you only want them to respond, have no more than 5 minutes or less to respond. We're trying to get an overview. Is how has the COVID-19 virus impacted their ability to implement the program? Okay. And so Joe, you'll start, that'd be the first question for every agency. Okay. And what we're trying to figure out is if they're able to continue to provide services and how have they modified their services, et Then Roy, you'll take it over and you'll look at, and that'll give you some time too, to look at every question from each of your team members. And then you can defer to the team member to ask their own question. And Royal, that means you're going to have to look at those questions from your team members and say which ones are the most fundamental questions that need to be asked because they have a direct correlation on funding decisions. Okay. Because with 20 minutes, what we found is it's not enough time, but it was the reality of this process this year. Okay. They cannot do a presentation. You have, just give you a quick little background. We gave the organization several additional weeks to complete their application after all of us became aware of the seriousness of the impact of COVID-19. So organizations had an opportunity to go back in their applications to modify them as needed. So that application plays a strong role. I know for a couple of you guys, I don't know if Dan or Joe served on the CHSP process improvement committee. You did, didn't you, Dan? But we did. We had two process improvement committees they looked at every area of CHSP to try to look at how can we do better. And so we did a major overhaul of the CHSP application, simplified it. Lots of instructions are in there, thanks to our lawyer, right? Dan, as he saw. We had an attorney and he made sure that we embedded the application with clear instructions and examples so that the agencies would clearly understand what was needed in each section. What that means is that they had an opportunity to give you all of the information. The application is a strong document this year when you don't have opportunity to do a presentation to the group or a site visit. Let's see, did I miss? Let's see. And now hopefully you've asked a question too, as a result of COVID-19, we're wondering, has the funding request changed any, the implications of the funding request? We know some folks have had to go online, so they've had to buy, like some of the youth programs, for example, have gone online, and they've had to buy the students laptops and also work with Comcast, for example, to get accessibility to cable. So the budget request actually has been modified as a result of that COVID-19 implication. So we're trying to find, we definitely want to know that, because again, you're going to, at the end of this day, you're going to be making funding decisions. Okay, with that, any questions or concerns or anything you have, anything you want to discuss further?
Hey, Pat, this is Royal. So for the questions, I guess to the team, is it better if I read the question for you or just give you an opportunity to ask the question? Because a couple people have a few questions. A couple of them are higher priority. And Pat, in that first question that Joe's going to ask everybody, that's going to kind of ask a rolling question that people had. So should I read the question or that they had, or just defer to them to ask the question that was submitted?
If they've answered the question through that first 5 minute, through that COVID-19 question, then there's no need. Let's not repeat questions. Once the question, the answer, you got the information, then they may not have that question. We are going to have to rotate so that we don't let one person monopolize all of the QA time. So therefore, like have one person ask their question and then the other CRT can ask their question. But as far as do you defer, I don't know if you want to, did you want to get input from the Royal, from the team of how they want to have the format flow?
Yeah, that'll be helpful for us to.
So what do you guys think? It does keep the members engaged if they are asking their own questions, but it's up to you as a body how you want to, what format do you prefer?
It might be faster if Royal asks the questions, just as a time constraint consideration.
Anyone else have any feedback on that?
I'm happy to ask my own questions, and I'll try to keep track of which ones have been answered. But I do have a question once we settle this, which is, they got these questions, right? They received these questions ahead of time?
Yes, long time ago. Yes, they did.
So I would assume that they would try to address it in their presentation, but we'll also have an opportunity to ask any additional questions that come up during the Q&A?
Yes, as long as you have time left over. They will not be doing a presentation. So let me be clear about that again. There is no presentation. The only question that they've been told that they can respond to is the COVID-19 question. We did let them know that every single agency will be asked that question, and we're doing that as the first question because it addresses oftentimes many other questions from the volunteer. So if we, so it sounds like we have a mixed Royal. So why don't you look at the questions and which questions you think have the highest, please, and everyone will have to do that. Again, make sure you're asking the highest priority question. Maybe your question turns out that you could defer your time if you think that your questions don't have a direct correlation on funding decisions, so that we can make sure we get as many questions answered as possible. So Royal, looks like just defer to different CRT members so they could ask their own question. And but Cal, making sure that one thing we don't want to have happen that has happened and does happen all the time is that you ask a question, one person will answer the question, and then 2 or 3 other people want to answer the same question. We do not have time for that today. Once they answer the question, we need to move to that next question.
Yeah, I'll make sure we keep us on task. And to that point, Royal, if I've submitted a few questions, if you wouldn't mind, if it's not addressed with some of their other responses, if you would ask the questions that I submitted, that would be great. Then I'll keep us on task with timing and make sure that there's plenty of Q&A available and it's not monopolized.
That'll work.
Yeah, you have extra time. It's the first time. Oh, Virginia, time for your tutoring session.
Okay, y'all, I'll talk real fast. I don't take up much of y'all's time, so if I need to slow down, just let me know. First thing I want y'all to do is change your layout. If you go to the top right-hand side of your screen, you'll see 2 white circles below where it says connected, and you'll see a mic running. There's a white circle to the left. If you click on that, it gives you 3 options.
Is anyone else having an issue with her audio?
Yeah, we all are.
It's like a computer.
Can you understand her though?
But I can't hear her, yes.
You can't understand her.
Yes, I can.
You
I
can.
understand her, yes.
She might, okay.
Hey, Anita,
Yes.
can you cover me on this one if they can't hear me?
So where were you in the process? I wasn't
Just
paying
having
attention.
to change the layout.
So at the top right-hand corner, you see the 2 white buttons, the one to the left. It says grid view, the top right-hand corner. If you click on the 4 dots, it would allow you to see the entire team at one time in a grid view. You don't see it, Rashonda? You're muted, Rashonda. I'm sorry, say it again.
I said I'm on my tablet and I don't see that in the right-hand corner.
If you're on a tablet or phone, you don't have those options.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah.
Okay, had you covered everything else, Virginia, or you need me to say something else?
She hadn't covered anything, Anita. She just started.
So during this process, we ask that everyone mute themselves until you're needed to speak, just to stop all the background noise. We will ask the same of the agencies when they come on, that when they're not speaking, to please mute themselves. If you take your mouse and you go down to almost the bottom of your page, you'll see the different icons. Is everyone there? Okay, the first one you will see is your mute button, the microphone. So if it's gray, you're unmuted. If it's red, you're muted. To the right is your camera. Same thing, red and gray, on and off. Then you'll see the little person with the 3 lines on it. That's your participants. If you click there, you'll see who's all included in the meeting. To the right of that is your chat button. So if you want to chat with a particular team member, you will actually, let me see, you will see a drop-down box and you'll be able to click their name. If you click everyone, your message will go to everyone, including the agencies that are on your call at that time. So just make sure if you want to do a private message to Virginia, me, or Pat, or anyone else on your team, you would just need to click their name. To the right of that are the 3 dots. You click on that, it's more options. I don't think anyone has really had to deal with the 3 dots. And then of course, to the right of that is your X. So at the end of the day, when you need to leave the meeting, you would just click X.
But I guess it's only appropriate for us to be having private discussions with staff members, not with each other. because that would be in the sunshine.
Yes, and only procedural questions should you be asking even us right now. Procedural like questions, right? Like maybe you have a, maybe you're having, yeah.
If you're having issues with this system, definitely message. You can message everyone to see if they're having that same issue, but if not, definitely message me or Virginia and we'll get that taken care of. So did I cover everything, Pat? I can't remember.
I think you did. That can't strongly emphasize enough the need to mute when other people are speaking, because that the background noise can get pretty bad, particularly when we have the agencies online with us. So just remember to do that. And that's pretty much the primary. It is a little bit intimidating, as you can imagine, for some of the agencies. I would be a bit, I mean, there's something about when you invite people into your home and they come into your home, it's just a very much settling kind of feeling, right? But hopefully most people have gotten used to this. A lot of us have had doctor's visits via Zoom lately, so we're getting more used to using the systems. But every agency has different levels of sophistication. We find that on every single team. Some programs are more grassroots, some are more, they're state funded mandates. So you'll see all the variations, but all of the programs matter in the community. I'm sorry, I got my video off right now. But I think that's it. We'll let them come in and start letting them come in a few minutes. So if you like to stretch for a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes, probably you can stretch. You can do so, unless you have any questions or concerns you want to stress. Or so any suggestions.
Can you go over just briefly, because after we do our introductions, you're going to turn it over to them to do what? Or we just right, because that's what I was,
okay. And Cal just walked out. He actually needs to hear what I was about to say. So Cal, because this involves you. Once we introduce ourselves, Cal is the last person to introduce himself. He'll tell them what the protocols are. He will tell them that we will give you a couple of minutes to introduce the members from your agency by name and role. And as soon as he finishes those introductions, Cal, you will turn this over. The first question is for Joe to ask. And that would be the COVID-19 question. As soon as Joe asked that question, we get a response, 5 minutes or less response. If they start going over 5 minutes, you need to stop them, Cal. And then after that point, as soon as they've responded to that first question, then Royal will take over as a team leader, and then he will coordinate the questioning from the team members. Okay.
Pat, is staff going to introduce themselves as well, or just the team?
Just the team. We're in the background. I will show my face for a couple minutes while they introduce themselves, mainly just to make sure they are comfortable. I'm a familiar face to the agencies, and then after that, we will fade in the background doing the doing your Q&A period. But no, you don't need to introduce us at all.
And forgive me for asking, but isn't Tiffany staff?
Yeah, Tiffany Harris is Leon County staff.
I thought she was. I knew I recognized the name. I just wanted to make sure. So Julia is the only one on the team that is not visual, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or okay?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jan. So the first agency we have is, I believe, is Elder Care. Okay. And that's because they have about 4 programs on the team. They have 30 minutes while the other agencies. Oh yeah, by the way, Cal, I almost forgot that major point. Elder Care Services, you have to kind of look at your schedule, but Elder Care Services has 30 minutes. The rest of the agencies have 20 minutes. Elder Care has 4 programs. So we gave them 10 extra minutes for you to ask your questions. And you do have the schedule still, right, Cal, in front of you, kind of? Oh, yeah, you got it. Okay, great. Make sure you're completing your assessment guides along the way. So hopefully you've started doing those assessment guides, because you'll need those to be completed by the time we do deliberations today. Okay. You will have to turn those in next week. I mean, yeah, not next week, but hopefully you can electronically turn those in today or tomorrow. Virginia, are our guests here yet?
Yes, you have 6 people in the lobby.
All right, so we will allow them, you can take a minute, but we will allow the guests to come in, okay? Hello, Jocelyn. It's great to see you.
Good morning. It's good to see you.
Good morning. Cal, just remind everyone, even our guests, that if they're not speaking, to please mute themselves, okay? Thank you. Ms. Jocelyn, are all your members, representatives are here now?
Let me see.
I see a Michael Henderson.
You have yourself, you have Michael, Ramona, Lexi, and Keith in the room.
Oh, perfect. Yep, that should be everybody then.
With that, then I will turn it over to our team leader, Mr. Royal King.
Good morning. My name is Royal King. I work with Leon County, and this is my second year serving on a CRT team. Our team is excited, and I'm going to allow everyone to introduce themselves before we formally get started. So we'll start with the ladies on our team. So we'll go with Rashonda, Daria, and then to Julie.
Morning. My name is Rashonda Dorsey. I work for Capital Medical Society, and this is my second year term.
Good morning. My name is Daria Ibach. I work at Capital City Bank. This is my third year participating.
Good morning. My name is Julie Smith. I work for the Salvation Army, and this is my second year participating.
Okay, now we'll hear from the gentlemen on the team, Dan and Cal.
Good morning, Joe Baker, Director of the Board of Nursing at the Florida Department of Health, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years.
Good morning, Dan McGrew, General Manager with Career Source Capital Region. I've been serving on CHSP for 7 years.
And good morning, my name is Cal Melton. I've been serving with CHP for approximately 10 years, Capital Chiropractic Center. I'm also going to be your timekeeper today. You'll have 30 minutes for questions and answers. I'd like you to make sure that all the participants put your microphones on mute if you're not speaking. Please give us your name and your role in the organization. And as soon as you have finished the introductions, we will move on to the Q&A. Our first question will be from Mr. Joe Baker. I will give you a signal when we have 5 minutes left. I'll try not to interrupt, but please, I will give you 5 minutes, and I will also give you a 1-minute warning. And we'd like to leave plenty of time for many questions here. So if you would be just clear and concise and short with your answers, but thorough, that would be great. Thank you so much. Please feel free to begin.
Introductions. Okay. So my name is Jocelyn Fligger. I am the CEO of Elder Care Services. This year we're celebrating 50 years of serving seniors. And just for brevity, I can introduce my team. We have on the presentation Lexi DeLeon. She is our Director of Elder Day Stay. Ramona Brookins is our Director of Finance. Michael Henderson is our Vice President and the Director of Food Services. And then we also have Keith Bowers, who is our amazing board chair, on the presentation today as well.
Okay, the first question, how has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted your ability to provide the services in the grant application?
That's a great question. Thank you. I am so proud that we've been able to adapt and still continue to provide services to our seniors. We have so many programs, and I'm sure you saw that in our grant application. But as I go through addressing the specific adaptations for each program, two things to keep in mind is that we have two main pillars of service that we provide throughout all of our programs. One is to keep seniors aging in their homes. So that's called aging in place. Not only is it the most cost effective, but people are happier and healthier at home. And you'll see how we've continued to provide that even throughout the COVID response. The other is preventing social isolation. It's detrimental to seniors. They have done studies that have found that it's as bad for your physical health as smoking. And so we've kept that in mind because especially now we're seeing people that are even more socially isolated. So what we've done is that there have been, and you know this as well as I have, all your credentials, that there's been constantly evolving protocols, right? Not only have there been constantly evolving protocols, we've had an increased need as well. The Federal Older Americans Act that's administered through the Department of Elder Affairs released extra funds that allowed us to adapt, continue to employ all of our staff, and provide for an increased need of critical services. But we do anticipate that funding going back to pre-COVID levels at the end of this year, possibly next. Some ways that we've adapted, though, our nutrition program, we have a commercial kitchen. And pre-COVID, we were utilizing that kitchen and our capabilities to provide and sell food to daycares and preschools. This is a way that we can generate revenue apart from grant funding and, you know, get into that realm of social entrepreneurship. But with schools closed, we've lost that revenue stream. In addition, we operate an adult day center for seniors. These are seniors who live at home with a caregiver, but they require continuous supervision to remain safe. With the vulnerability of seniors during COVID-19, we decided to close that center, and we're still reviewing timelines for reopening. So those are our revenue losses, and it was difficult, but we found new opportunities, and we identified new ways that we can keep client priorities at the forefront. So our kitchen storage space that usually we had reserved for contracts, those daycare contracts, we are now using as dedicated shelving for our frozen meals. So we went from hot meals delivered every single weekday during Meals on Wheels to a once a week bag of frozen meals that now we had to find additional storage for. Not only are we able to produce more meals that way, we're doing a contactless drop off to maintain that level of safety for our clients. So before, you know, the hot meals, they'd go in, they'd, you know, talk and check in on the seniors. And now we're just dropping it contactless. So we've utilized that staff space, which is really good. We had staff that were driving those daycare contracts, and now we're utilizing that staff to deliver frozen meals, but also fans, other material aids, things along those lines. We've also transitioned all of our elder day stay staff to new roles. They're either serving in one client's home each week, providing that respite care, or they're providing telephone reassurance, or, you know, many of them have their master's in social work degrees, so they're able to do assessments and to enroll new Meals on Wheels clients. So with this, while the restrictions are in place, the Meals on Wheels program has remained operational, and we've actually even expanded services. The increased demand required us to move to those frozen meals, and the frozen meals are able to provide sustenance and still the nutrition that's important, but keep that level of safety for them as well. We operate an elder call program. So not only are we able to provide that nutrition, but to supplement and make sure that we're still looking at the social isolation piece, we're providing telephone calls, telephone reassurance calls. We had a telephone reassurance program before the pandemic, but it's just expanded exponentially since then. So we're making calls and checking in on people at least once a week sometimes multiple times a week. And then we're also able to provide counseling to some folks that need it over the phone, which is really incredible. And Meals on Wheels operates Monday through Friday, and they are usually able to get 5 meals, 5 lunches, including fruit. But we've had people that have requested more food, so we've been able to go from 5 meals to 7. That cuts down on the amount of extra food that they've had to procure on their own. We've also been able to deliver and give out non-perishable foods from our food pantry. So we've been able to have our services provided in a flexible manner. We quickly adapted to those changes without sacrificing those 2 tenets that we go by in all our programs. We're doing 1,500 additional meals each week, and we have close to 200 new seniors who we've been able to assess and enroll in that program since we began our COVID-19 procedures in March. 830 seniors are now receiving telephone reassurance calls. That grew from probably 10 seniors before the pandemic to 830, which is just outstanding. And again, calling them at least once a week, sometimes even once a day. Another way that we've adapted is we have not allowed any non-staff into our building. We have put all of our services outside into a contactless form. We've put a little doorbell out front. They can ring the doorbell. A front desk person comes out that has a mask on. They're able to still receive goods like material aid and food bags, but from a contactless process, which is really wonderful. And of course, we have a covered patio, so that's not really a concern there also. So it's just been having to deal, evolve and adapt and make sure that we still have the clinical aspects involved in every decision that we make, and then keeping our client needs at the forefront. And those needs have certainly increased during this pandemic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Jocelyn. I'm going to ask one of the questions our team had and give you an opportunity to answer this one. As suggested in the previous year's award letter, has the agency explored the possibility of modifying the sliding fee scale to reduce the waiting list and generate additional revenues?
I love that. That's a trend in nonprofits, is to go to social entrepreneurship, and we're all for that, evidenced by the kitchen contracts that we have. We do have people that private pay for in-home care, but the large majority of the people that we serve are not able to provide any sort of funding. They rely solely on subsidized programs. And so an increased cost is not feasible for them, or sometimes any cost is not feasible for them. They rely specifically on that subsidized care. We did do an analysis where we reviewed the pay rates of other in-home care providers in our area. We are the only nonprofit that does in-home care, so these were for-profit companies we looked at. And looking at that, the rates that they are able to offer, looking at what our bottom line is to pay our staff, it just didn't support a move to that sort of structure, but it was something that we did analyze and look at.
Okay, thank you for that. I do know we had some other team members who wanted to ask their own questions, so I'll allow Dan to start with his, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Royal. So, Jocelyn, can you speak to the wait list, the current wait list that you have right now for, I think the 3 programs in particular, the in-home care, day stay, and Meals on Wheels, the nutrition services?
Well, the amazing thing is that our wait list for Meals on Wheels is down to 15 people that we will probably be able to bring off of that wait list this week, which I'm so excited about. That's phenomenal. And that was due to that Older Americans Act additional funding. As far as in-home goes, there are 853 seniors on that waiting list for some type of service, because in-home encompasses a lot of different specific types of service. So that could be personal care, like baths, companionship, caregiver respite. Of those 853, 503 of them have a priority risk score of 3 to 5, which 5 is the highest. And so we use our additional funding to take people off of that wait list, or we've tried to adapt and provide them services in a different capacity. But that's where we stand as far as in-home goes. And then as far as Day Stay does not have a wait list per se. We have several funding streams that provide scholarships for folks. They can get in there on a lower rate than maybe they were able to before. So maybe they would pay for 2 days of Day Stay, and then we would utilize city county funding to get them up to 5 days a week, so their caregivers can go to work and still maintain the household funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll hop back in. This is another question we got from our team, specifically related to the Elder Day Stay. Could you, I guess I'll ask both, and then if we miss one part, we'll go back to it. But could you explain the cost per client calculation for this program? And then also, can you give an explanation for the miscellaneous expenses in the proposed budget year?
Okay, for Day Stay, we calculated the cost per client using the number of clients served throughout the year and then the total program expenses. But to give you like another picture of program costs, last week we calculated the cost per client per day. So in 2019, we provided 7,035 days of service. Using the total expenses for that program, we divided by the days of service. The cost is $65.63. Our private pay and our scholarship rates are about $60 a day. That's usually the base that we put on there. And I think that you said the other was the miscellaneous expenses and the proposed budget for Day Stay. I'm actually going to turn that over to Ramona, who can speak with a little more authority about that aspect of it.
Okay, hi, thank you. The general and the miscellaneous expense, the significant portion of that is made up of our general and administrative indirect cost allocation that we make across all programs. So that includes the administrative portion of salaries, technology or audit fees, any insurance that are not directly related to Day Stay, but they incur that portion of the cost based on their total revenues to our total expenses. So that's how we allocate that cost. And this year we, when I did the budget, we pulled that number out so all of our directors could actually see what that is. So we were able to translate that onto our application.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it up to our team if anyone else had additional questions that they wanted to ask.
So, Royal, I've got another question, if that's okay. For the RSVP program, on the client serve that was listed in the application, is that the actual number of volunteers, or is that the number of clients served by the volunteers that you have?
So that is the number of senior volunteers that are in that program. We count them as clients because volunteering as a senior, they have done so many studies that show that if you're a senior volunteering, that you are happier, you're reporting less health issues. And so we count them as clients in this aspect. But the volunteers provide services to over 500 other community members who are not tracked in this application.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the team?
Well, I had two more that weren't, but I don't want to dominate, so I'm just gonna not dominate. But I don't want to take over. But I have two more questions that I think are quick if we've got the time. So for the SOS program, do you have an estimate of the total dollar amount of goods and services provided each client that includes the in-kind contributions as well?
That was a great question. Yes, Dan. So when someone calls into the SOS program, they're in some type of crisis, and the level of crisis really depends on, what their situation is. And so we have someone that does an assessment with them. And to kind of give a better picture of what that program provides, we looked at the total amount of material aid that we distributed in 2019. So if we use the estimated value of goods, for example, $20 for a fan, $35 for a package of incontinence supplies. I could really bore you for hours about talking about incontinence and how important that is as a support for seniors, but I will save you this morning and not do that. We also do bags of food for them. So it's like $20 for a bag of food. When we look at all that, the total financial value was $54,495. So $54,500. That number doesn't include 187 miscellaneous supplies that we distribute, like Ensure or microwaves, or sometimes we'll get a lift chair in that can be, that's very expensive. That's like $5,000 right there. And so it really just depends on what level of crisis the person is in, and what their needs are and what we have on hand as well. Because remember, we distribute this based on what we have available.
I think what I was trying to get an understanding of was how much of that is goods you purchase versus how much is donated. But the number that you just quoted, the 54,000, includes both things you purchase and things that were donated to give out.
Correct. Yes,
okay.
It does.
Perfect. That answers the question. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
And then my last question, just as far as Elder Day Stay, the application spoke a lot about, I guess, how you work with clients that have Alzheimer's and dementia. Do you have an estimate, like what percent of the folks that are typically in the Elder Day Stay program suffer from Alzheimer's or dementia?
Currently, it's 100% of everyone enrolled. So they may not have a formal diagnosis. Most of them do, though. But it is everyone that could not be serviced either at home with someone because their caregiver works, or, they wouldn't be appropriate for other placements. So everybody at Elder Day Stay currently does have some sort of cognitive impairment, dementia, or maybe specifically Alzheimer's.
Thank you so much. Royal, I'm good.
Thank you, Dan. Cal, how are we on time?
We have approximately 10 minutes left.
Okay. Any other questions from the team?
On the COVID-19 and fundraising, can you speak to kind of what how you're anticipating the impact on your fundraising capacity, and can you speak a little bit to how you're working through that?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a phenomenal director of development, and she's been working tirelessly to identify new grants for COVID relief, which is really critical for us. We've also, through social media engagement and donor relations, we've seen an increase in individual contributions since the pandemic hit us. Our largest fundraiser, Oktoberfest, it will not be held in person this year, but we have been in contact with our lead sponsors. We're still making plans to host engagement drives during October to replace that in-person event. The board fund development committee is also discussing maybe smaller engagement pieces later this summer. So we know that the smaller events, they're not going to completely replace Oktoberfest revenue, but it's placing a priority on ideas that we keep our sponsors engaged with elder care so we don't lose momentum for future events. We have increased grant revenue and contributions that we're not anticipating that this change in our venue will affect our financial stability this year, but we're also concerned about what happens when those increased revenue streams do fall off. So we were able to get a few different funds coming in, different grants. The Meals on Wheels America had a COVID relief grant. They had 2 grants totaling $87,000, which is phenomenal for us because that's how we're able to take all those people off the waiting list. United Way of the Big Bend raised an extra $5,000 for us. United Way of Northwest Florida had $1,500. We have a grant through the Fruhoff Foundation that they've been very adaptable in what those funds can be used for. So we're able to use that so we can support some of our elder day stay clients in a different capacity. Capital Medical Society was able to give $5,000. Capital City Bank Group was $2,500. So we've had a really great interaction with the community and our already established donors that know that we're working hard and we're able to provide us additional funding. I think the concern is just, keeping our funding levels up for when those go away, because none of us really know, what this looks like as parts of the state start to reopen. That might look very different for our senior population. The majority of people that have died from COVID have been seniors. And so keeping them safe and, providing those contactless services, that will probably continue to stay that way, even as we get back to some sort of normalcy in the rest of society. I hope that answered your question, Dave.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a few more minutes left, and I don't know, Pat, if it's okay for them to, I know it's not a formal presentation, but to address any things that they may want to, that came out of the questions we already went over.
Excellent idea. Yes.
Hi, I just want to make sure that you had an opportunity to tell us if your funding request has changed due to the COVID issue.
Our funding request for this application stayed fairly consistent from last year. We strive during non-COVID times to try to take people off of our Meals on Wheels waiting list to try to service the needs of people in crisis through our SOS. So we're always seeing increased need besides pandemic levels. We also have an amazing staff that are highly credentialed. We have so many folks with their Masters of Social Work degrees. We have our licensed clinical social workers. We have folks in our food service area that have been dealing with food service forever and ever and ever. So, making sure that we are able to employ folks that are meeting the needs of our clients in a meaningful and clinically demonstrated way is perfect. We do need we are always looking for more funding for our SOS program. We are looking for additional funding because we've seen such an increase in that program. A lot of people, when they get into the realm of looking for services, either it's for themselves or it's for their parents, it's very confusing. And so the fact that we're able to offer somebody that's local, you don't have to press, a million buttons to get to them. It's an actual person. It's somebody that has amazing relationships all over the city. That is one of the most unique things that we're able to give, is that crisis assessment with a really personalized attention. And we've seen a huge increase in that. So, being able to provide that salary support for senior outreach, the core services of crisis assessment and immediate aid, it has to be provided by a trained staff member who's available every day. And so seeing that huge increase in that program, it's usually where we're asking and looking for more funding to find that support for him.
4 minutes. 4 minutes.
So on the elder day stay, the request is from 2,400 to 10,000. And just looking at the information, that's so you can provide the scholarships.
Yes, correct.
So that how was that funded? How is that currently funded for scholarships?
Okay. We're only one of 2 organizations in Leon County that provide this type of respite. So remember, these are seniors who live in their home with usually their children or caregivers. The caregivers need to work, right? So the caregivers, they can't afford to put them in costly nursing homes. They bring them to elder day stay so they can work 5 days a week. Oftentimes their family, those only able to provide and pay for maybe 2 days out of the week. We provide scholarships for the other 3. We have the Fruhoff grant. They are a phenomenal organization that really sees the value in what we do. They are focused on aging. And so we utilize those funds to provide the scholarships to make up so those folks can come every day for 5 days. Not only is it fiscally good for the family, it's better for the clients. Clients with those sorts of ailments, they really benefit from a schedule. And so having them there 5 days a week, it gives them some normalcy. They become like family. It becomes a safe place for them. And so we want to make sure that we can have those services available for them 5 days out of the week, utilizing the Fruhoff grants and the grants through this application.
Two minutes.
All righty. I'll go ahead, Jocelyn.
Oh, no, I was just say thank you for everybody for your listening to us talk to you about our passion. You know, this is our life, and our drive is to serve seniors. And I think that we've been able to be very flexible and adaptive, while never compromising the services that we provide to seniors. And I just appreciate everybody. Everybody said they served at least 2 years on this panel. So thank you very much for doing this.
No problem. It is a joy to serve the citizens of our community. I think we all can agree in that regard. And I think Kyle is going to give us a 1 minute pretty soon. So unless you have anything else you all wanted to share with us. That was the 1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah, I think we covered a lot of it. I mean, another reason that we find this to be incredibly imperative is that seniors are the fastest growing segment in Leon County. I think that often gets overlooked. So, you know, being able to cobble together funding to provide this for seniors in our area, which is going to be, you know, one of the largest pieces of our populace, is paramount for us. So, you know, being able to stay financially solvent is also very important. And, you know, providing the comprehensive services. It's not just, you know, 1 or 2 things we do. We really look at the whole person and what their needs are. And we're able to do that by offering all these various programs that you got to read about in our application.
All right, time's up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goodbye, Jocelyn and Keith. Okay. That was pretty good. I actually thought I was wondering if 30 minutes would be enough, but you guys, I mean, it was right to the minute. So that's good. You actually have a small break. Let's see, we start back at 9:40. Good News comes on they will start at 9:40. So you have a break. I suggest during your break, make sure you cut off your mute and also your camera, unless you want me to watch you while you take your break. But make sure now you have to come back a couple minutes before the time, because the presentation itself or the meeting, for lack of a better word, will start at 9:40. Okay. All right. Thank you.
The team leader for this awesome team that'll be reviewing your group. We're a wonderful team of people, and we're excited. So this is my second year serving on a CRT team, and I would like to allow everyone else on our team to introduce themselves to you. We'll start with Rashonda, Daria, and then Julie, and then we'll go into the men.
Morning, my name is Rashonda Dorsey. I'm employed with Capital Medical Society, and this is my second year serving CRT.
Good morning. My name is Daria Ibach. I work at Capital City Bank, and this is my 3rd year.
Good morning. My name is Julie Smith. I'm with the Salvation Army, and this is my 2nd year serving.
Hi, this is Joe Baker. I'm Director of the Board of Nursing at the Florida Department of Health, and this is my 20+ year.
Hello, my name is Dan McGrew. I'm with Career Source Capital Region. This is my 7th year serving with CHSB.
My name is Cal Melton with Capital Chiropractic. I've been with CRT approximately 10 years. I'm also going to act as your timekeeper. You'll have 20 minutes for questions and answers. If you would please give your name and your role in the organization. Once you have completed that, make sure that your mics stay muted unless you're answering questions. And the time will start on the first question from Mr. Baker after you have done your introductions. I will give you a 5-minute warning and a 1-minute warning. And thank you for your time this morning.
Virginia, up there's Don. Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
We're just getting started with introductions if you want to kick it off.
Okay, I'm Donald Parks, and I'm Executive Director of Good News Outreach.
And good morning. My name is Kevin Forstoffel. I serve as the Vice Chair of the Board of Directors for Good News Outreach.
Director of Operations, Good News Outreach.
Okay, first question. How has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted your ability to provide the services in your grant application?
Well, fortunately, we have been able to continue our services. We have had to modify them to some extent. Under ordinary circumstances, our volunteers actually bring groceries into the homes of the clients. We immediately started delivering them just to the outside. Of course, we practice social distancing and hand sanitizing, so we leave the groceries on the doorstep. We have found that seniors have been impacted, as all of us have, with fear. They've been isolated. We have delivered masks to them. And so our services have gone on unabated during the pandemic. We opened up our food pantry from 1 day a week to 5 days a week, and we've seen an increase in walk-up services with seniors and other clients.
Okay, so we do have some questions from our team, and I'm gonna ask this first one that came from our team, and then we'll kind of go from there and hear from some of the other team members. What are the program's current numbers served to date since the pandemic? This comes because the application states that it was as of April 20th, the number had increased by 15%.
We've actually increased by 33% from March 31st until June 20th. We've increased by 61 clients from 182 to 243.
Could you repeat those numbers for me, please?
Sure. Our unduplicated head count on March 31st with our first quarter report was 182. Our unduplicated clients as of June 20th is 243 for an increase of 33%, 61 clients.
Sorry about that. I was making a note of that. Also, what is the agency's strategy for increased board diversity?
We have made some progress. We have progress yet to go. Our board has increased from 6 members in August to 13 members now. 24% of them are African American. over half are women. In response to the 2018 Citizens Advisory Council, Citizens Review Council, we also paid attention to occupational diversity, and that includes bringing folks onto the board with financial expertise, which has helped us solidify our financial position. We have 2 remaining board slots, and we are paying careful attention to diversity in those 2 remaining slots.
Okay, and then one more question from the team, and then we'll open it up. How has the agency strengthened its partnership with FAMU and TCC?
And we actually don't have formal partnerships with FAMU and TCC. We have worked with their service organizations, and they have been very helpful in providing partnerships. That has been disrupted somewhat by COVID-19. We're still getting individual students from TCC and FSU, but with the students no longer in school, it's disrupted the flow from those service organizations.
Thank you, Don. I know Dan had a couple of questions, so give it over to Dan.
Thank you, Royal. So Don, can you speak a little bit to the, do you currently maintain a wait list for services? And if so, kind of how many are on there?
Yes, we do maintain a wait list, and it currently stands at 235.
And that's for primarily which services?
That is for the senior food delivery program.
And can you speak specifically to how those services for the home delivery program are not duplicative to other organizations in the community? What are you doing different?
Well, we have had our senior food delivery for over 20 years now, and unlike other programs, we deliver groceries. We deliver a bag of groceries sufficient to feed most senior citizens for the better part of the week. And those groceries come from Second Harvest. So ours is a grocery delivery program as opposed to a cooked meal program. We also pay very careful attention to the individual needs of our clients. All of our volunteers all our route delivery folks are volunteers, many of whom have been with us, for well over 10 years. And so when we find an individual need for the client, we help meet that need. In addition to the groceries from Second Harvest, we don't deliver the standard bag of groceries. We look specifically for items like low sodium food and shelf stable milk that will be more appropriate to the seniors. In addition to Second Harvest, we also purchase some auxiliary materials, and some are delivered to us. For example, Ensure, Depends, those sorts of things. We also find surprising little gaps like can openers. We order can openers en masse and make them available to the seniors as well. I think the hallmark of our program is that we are very individual. We have relatively small groups of clients per each volunteer. And so the volunteers gather information from the clients and tell us of particular needs. There's one man in particular comes to mind who is 65 years old, visually impaired, had a leak in his kitchen floor rotted out. He informed us of that, and we were able to go send somebody by to repair his leaking sink and his floor. We don't do that large scale, but when we find these individual needs, we serve them. And finally, we have reinstated our Phone Buddies program. The seniors not only need food, they need companionship. They're very isolated, and so we've been calling all of our seniors on a regular basis.
Thank you. That answers the question.
Thank you.
We'll open it up to additional questions from the team at this time.
I have a question. How is it that our seniors learn about your program? Are they referred from somewhere?
We get referrals from other agencies such as 211. We are co-located with ECHO. We get referrals from them, but mostly it's a word of mouth process. We deliver to individual residences, and we find that when we start with one resident, in many cases, their neighbors are then involved. And so it's a combination of referrals from other agencies and word of mouth from our participants. There's no shortage of clients. We don't really have to advertise for them. Unfortunately, there's no shortage of clients, I should say.
A question that I wanted to ask is, how do you partner with other organizations to prevent duplication of services?
Well, I don't really believe, to our knowledge, there's no one else that is actually providing food grocery delivery services with these specialized items that we include. However, we do work with other agencies. ECHO is case in point. They provide case management to seniors who need it. During the pandemic, and I neglected to answer this part of it, in addition to the 243 clients that are now on our database and receiving regular delivery, we also have reached out to other organizations. We included deliveries to Lake Ella Manor, Brookside Living Center, and others. So we really had over 200 additional folks that we provided emergency services to. We work closely with other food banks in the area. Most of the food pantries, or I guess all of the food pantries, are walk up. The difference for us is we're making the delivery with a full bag of groceries.
I read a narrative about the gentleman that you were talking about with the hole in his floor, and you wrote in there that you were affecting people in the community one bag of groceries at a time. I really like that. That really kind of hit me. How's fundraising going this year?
We have been very fortunate in fundraising. We were budgeted to have $36,000 in private donations by the end of this month, and we have almost doubled that. Part of that is a COVID-19 bump. Part of it is individual fundraising. We have I hired a consultant when I came on board in July, and we are approaching people with a long-term development process, and we found that folks are very receptive to our mission when they understand what we truly do.
Okay.
Actually, can I get a clarification on that, Royal? So you mentioned a COVID-19 bump. Can you speak a little bit to that what caused that? What is that?
I think that has been, I've talked to fellows and other folks in the human services area. I think people are just more aware of the need. And so we've gotten donations really kind of out of the blue from folks we've never made contact with. Of course, we're following up with them now. I think the citizens in Tallahassee are just keenly aware of the need, which is impacting everybody, not just the other people that are kind of unseen in the community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You said y'all are co-located with ECHO?
That's correct. We did that in December 1st.
Okay. That's why I didn't know that. Thank you.
Well, it's been a very good partnership because they have the case management services. We're centrally located. We're right on the bus line. So we have a complementary set of services that have been very helpful to our clients.
Don, so seeing no other questions from the team at this time, did you kind of want to just, I know it's a few more minutes left, touch on any other things that you might want to just add attention to in your budget submission or the services that you're providing?
Well, we're providing services, I think, at a bargain to the citizens of Tallahassee. It's $138 per client served, and a little bit over $11.40 for the per unit served. So I think we're operating in a very efficient way. We have a broad volunteer base. We're providing support to seniors to help them stay as independent as possible. Is Rebecca still on the line? If Rebecca's still on, I'd like her to chime in. She's actually on vacation. I'm not sure she's connected.
I am still here.
Anything you'd like to add, Rebecca?
Rebecca, you're on mute.
Sorry, am I good now? Yeah, this is not my regular computer either. So Kevin Forstoffel and I have been running this for the last 7 months or 8 months since I joined the team. And one of the best things that we do is before we send the senior bags out, we top them off with frozen meat. If we've got them frozen eggs, with butter, with oranges, with potatoes. These are perishables. This is stuff that they can get into the house and make a meal with. It's, I love it. We've got a lot of places. DoorDash contacted us, or Big Ben 211 contacted us early in COVID about finding seniors for them to deliver a box of dry goods to once a week. That's great, but there's only so much you eat out of a can or a box. But we were able to go to our pantry clients, and within 36 to 48 hours, gave them 207 names. So we have 207 seniors out there. They're not all in the Promise Zone, but they're within 10 miles of the airport that are getting groceries that would not have gotten them otherwise. And that's where a lot of our waiting list came from. The more than the 207, an additional 40 called us after we'd filled our quota for the program, and they wanted to get on desperately. So we've got them kind of in waiting, hoping to see where a spot will fit in for them. We'll get to them. We just can't expand this fast. A lot of our volunteer base was elderly. They disappeared at the first sign of the virus. Everybody's volunteer base who was over 70 vanished. So we're still rebuilding that, and at the same time expanding our program just because the need is so acute. We're hoping that we also can get some Promise Zone funds, because a lot of our folks are in the Promise Zone, and that would help split the weight. So anyhow, that's me. Thank you so much for listening to us. I apologize for the bumpy start, but
Thanks, Rebecca.
have a great day.
Royal, one question. In looking at your request, it's almost an $8,000 increase over last year. And looking at it, it seems to be that's primarily in salary, compensation, and benefits. Is that accurate, where the $8,000 is going?
That is, keep in mind, the program is run by volunteers, essentially, or delivered by volunteers. So part of that ask is a volunteer coordinator to work with this newer base of volunteers. One last thing I'd like to add to what Rebecca said. I think another thing that distinguishes us, we're very nimble. We will meet needs as they occur. As is stated, we change lives one bag of groceries at a time, but we're very flexible and nimble and able to meet needs as they arise.
Three minutes.
Okay. Again, Don, anything else you all want to summarize with the remaining time? Want to make sure you use every second to the minute.
Sure. Well, I guess on a personal note, occasionally I deliver groceries when seniors will call in and they miss their delivery. And one of my first experiences was a trip down to Wallace Street, which is just north of Orange Avenue. And, I realized coming into this business, there's people that are poor, that in need. And I met Miss Elizabeth down there, and I saw the conditions under which she lived. And I think this is really a very vital service. The food is important. The contact with the volunteers, the human touch, the reduction of isolation, I think is critical. The new partnership with ECHO is a very powerful thing, because if seniors have needs beyond what we're able to meet, they can meet with a caseworker, talk with a caseworker. So I think it's a highly personalized program that provides a vital service. When I walked in Miss Elizabeth's house, she reminded my aunt in Louisiana, and it really personalized it for me. These are folks that have incomes of $700 and $800 in a lot of cases. So without this bag of groceries, without the contact, their lives would be much worse than they are after we deliver the services.
Thank you for that. Any last things? I think we're up to the final minute, I think, right now.
Well, 20 years of service, the volunteers, one of the things that Rebecca touched on with COVID-19 also is it's been amazing. In our strategic plan, we worried about the age of our volunteers, and Tallahassee has responded marvelously. We have high school students, college students, displaced workers. So I think the opportunity to expand is there, and we are very fortunate and blessed to have CHSP as one of our partners.
One minute remaining.
One other thing that comes to mind, when I interviewed for this job, my background is higher education, and Kevin Forstoffel is on the line as our vice chairman of the board, and mentioned to me that he was running a senior route, in fact, coordinating several routes. And I asked him, I said, well, I imagine you'll be glad to, get rid of that. He said, no, this is the reason that I serve. So my experience has been the board, the volunteers, the staff are all very committed folks. And it's just gratifying to be a small part of helping seniors stay in their homes.
That'll conclude our time for this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for serving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So your next agency starts at 10:10. So you have a couple minutes if you want to stretch out for a couple minutes. You don't have many. You have 5 minutes before the next group starts.
These are really good questions, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm enjoying this committee a lot.
Yeah. Very, very good, actually. Very good. Excellent.
And I think we'll just follow that same flow. I think everybody kind of has it on introducing themselves. My computer. With Rashawn and Daria, and then Julie, and then from there we'll just stop repeating it to Joe, Dan, and then Kyle.
Okay.
Pat, where did the last PD go from outreach? Good news.
Oh, Deborah Lord.
Yeah.
Was the last one. Just went to a different agency. I know she left there and actually was given as a director for I think Gadsden County Senior Services Program.
Okay.
But I don't know if she's still there or not. But yes. So Cal, how old is your son now?
He is 9 going on 30.
Is that because you spoiled him?
No, he is super independent. So
okay.
Mom and Dad are at that we don't know anything stage. So
Hey Cal, our boys were on baseball together. You remember that?
I do remember that.
Oh wow.
So you gotta get back. You gotta get back into it. I couldn't get my boys to play again.
If it doesn't involve a computer or a video, they don't want to do it. So we got him into swimming. So we were doing a lot of swimming, which he seemed to like. He liked being competitive, but not necessarily maybe the team part, I think, of baseball. But I'd like to keep him in something. He needs to burn some energy.
Yeah, we bought a DJ. We bought a DJ kit. So I hear you, man. It's just not on the computer. They don't want it.
But they definitely need to get up and move and get out the door. I'm all a proponent of that one. We kept our kids physically busy.
That dog will help.
Yeah. Whether they liked it or not.
It has been a good thing, but yeah, I love getting back into some football and baseball and just see where he likes to plug in.
Have you done music yet? Music? I'm a proponent of forced musical. Learn a music instrument.
He's been doing piano for probably about the last 2 years.
Oh, that's great. That's great.
He doesn't complain much about it. I think he likes it, but it's not cool to say he likes it,
Okay. Yeah. Well, you know, music actually stimulates parts of the brain that otherwise would not be activated. So
My name's Royal King with Leon County. This is my second term serving on the CRT team, and our team is excited to be here with you this morning. I'll allow everyone else on our team to introduce themselves, and then we'll get started. So, Rashonda, if you kick us off.
Good morning. My name is Rashonda Dorsey. I'm employed with Capital Medical Society, and this is my second year serving with CRT.
Good morning. My name is Daria Ibach. I work at Capital City Bank, and this is my third year participating.
Good morning. This is Julie Smith. I'm with the Salvation Army, and this is my second year serving.
Hi, Joe Baker, Director of the Board of Nursing at the Florida Department of Health, and this is my 20+ year.
Good morning, Dan McGrew with Career Source Capital Region, and this is my 7th year serving.
Good morning, Cal Melton with Capital Chiropractic, my 10th year with the CRT. I'm also going to act as your timekeeper today. You'll have 20 minutes for questions and answers. If you please state your name and your role at the organization, and then when you're not speaking, mute your microphone. That would be helpful. Again, we'll have 20 minutes. I'll give you a 5-minute warning and a 1-minute warning. I may chime in at a opportune moment to give another heads up of time constraints. We'll begin after you do your introductions. And the first question will begin with Joe Baker.
Good morning. I'm Debbie Maroney. I'm the outgoing executive director for the Alzheimer's Project. I've been with the organization for almost 5 years.
And I'm John Trombetta, coming in as the incoming executive director, and I've been here since June 1.
I can't tell if Phil is on the call, but if he is, Phil Bailey is a board member and also user services.
I think that sounded a little a little garbled, Debbie. I'll pick up. Phil Nowicki is one of our board members, and has been on the board for several years now. We anticipate him joining at any point now, just to in case we have any questions around impact. And as a former caregiver himself, he's used our services.
We'll start with the first question then. How has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted your ability to provide services in the grant application?
So we've just had to change our delivery. We found new ways to communicate with our caregivers and those living with the disease. We've moved support groups to be virtual via Zoom calls and conference lines. Due to isolation issues that many people were feeling, we had one support group that actually requested to meet more often virtually than they did in person, or even when we started meeting virtually, I think they were meeting twice a month, and now they're meeting every week. They have wanted more services. We've begun offering things like music therapy, bingo, and sing-alongs via Zoom and Facebook. For our respite clients, we put together some activity baskets to help occupy their time, and have recruited volunteers to do in-home respite care, to take those baskets with them and work with them through those activities, and give our caregivers that design break that respite provides when we do it face to face. Additionally, we're doing telephone support calls to those who need them and aren't able to connect either to one of our group sessions online, or are not comfortable having people in their home. So we're reaching out to them that way. Doing this while being mindful of safety. We do have our staff working in the office in 1 week shifts. So we have half of them in 1 week. The next week they'll go home and the other half will come in for that week. That provides continuity of service, but also gives us a chance to, bring people in a week at a time into a cleaner environment. And then they scrub it down when they leave, and the new group comes in and repeats the process. Our staff meetings and care review meetings are all via Zoom. We're preparing for reopening at a yet to be determined date by stocking up on masks, gloves, and other protective gear, which we also use for those in-home visits. We'll also be doing screenings as we move into in-person services, whatever that might be. That answer your question, Joe?
Yes, thank you.
John, Debbie, we'll now have some questions from our team, and I'm going to allow Dan to start, and then we'll go from there.
So, thanks, John. Just a clarifying question from your response to Joe's question briefly before I ask a couple. So your on-site services are not happening right now. Like the group respite is not happening.
The group respite is not. We're not able to do it on site currently, so we're having to do it on an individual basis.
Right. Got it. Okay. I just want to make sure I clearly got that. So question I have regarding the caregiver support services. When you cite the client served in the application, is that only the caregivers, or is that are you also counting the I guess the impacted individuals with Alzheimer's as well?
So the client served is all clients, whether it's a caregiver or those that are living with the disease. We do complete assessments on those folks that are living with the disease that then gives us the information to support them in the facility respite. But all of our caregivers and the clients that attend the respite are the recipient of services. So the respite services gives us a caregiver an opportunity to have a break and to do those things that they need to do to take care of themselves, where the person living with the disease gets to have that social engagement, break down the social isolation, and then gives them meaningful activities and something to look forward to, and sharing with folks that are like-minded. So one of the things that we've been doing during COVID is we're doing online.
Hey, Debbie, it's Pat Holliday. Just to interrupt for a second, just feel if you and John go on mute, and we can hear Debbie better, okay? Because it's distorted. If you could please put yourselves on mute while Debbie speaks so they can make sure they can hear. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I was saying that both the client and the person living with the disease and the caregiver are recipients of the services. We've been doing sing-alongs on via Zoom and other activities to keep people engaged during this time, and it also gives the caregiver an opportunity to engage with their loved one.
Could you give, if you have an exact, that'd be great, but or a ballpark breakdown of how many of those clients served are in each of those two categories that you just mentioned?
So it's in terms of our total numbers, it's about 100 of those that are living with the disease that receive the direct services. The bulk of the services are provided to the caregivers. That way that we can provide that support, which is everything from respite to education to that one-on-one counseling support for the caregiver to the group activities that we do with the support groups. There's no better person to help a caregiver than another caregiver. They can call each other on behaviors that we couldn't in terms of, accepting help, or you might want to consider. It's very easy to take that feedback from somebody who has lived and walked in their shoes.
Thank you. I think the next question that I have is had to do with one of your short-term goals for the caregiver access. And I couldn't get the math to work, so I just want to make sure that I understood it correctly. But one of them on the program outcome findings, you say that 115% of caregivers participated in one or more support services. Just want to understand what you were communicating there.
So the goal was that at least 180 caregivers would participate in one or more services, and we had 207 caregivers that used one or more services. Some of our caregivers use everything that we offer, and some of them are pick and choose. The additional 27 caregivers accounted for the additional 15%. As I've said before, apart from the respite care, we offer counseling services, caregiver support group meetings, caregiver training such as powerful tools for caregivers, dealing with dementia, which is a Rosamond Carter Institute curriculum. And so more than one family member that's caring for an individual may use some of these services.
I see the math now. Yeah.
Excuse me?
I said, I see the math now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Debbie, this is Royal again. I know you address it a little bit in the application, but in terms of board diversity, I know you mentioned that it'll be something that'll be going into your strategic plan. Has any more action or anything been put towards a plan of how you're going to diversify your board more?
Yes, we just completed a 3-year strategic plan, and it was adopted in May. And one of the major areas in terms of board and governance is to diversify our board, not only in terms of the makeup of folks, but also in terms of who we have sitting on the board. And so we are reached out. We're working with Keith Bowers with the School of Small Business at FAMU, and we're reaching out to FSU's College School of Diversity to help us develop this plan as we build it out further.
Roy, I had a question, unless you had another one. Just if y'all could expound upon how you would use the CHSP funds for matching opportunities.
So we receive a grant from AmeriCorps, which is a federal grant, and we have to match 48% of the dollars that we receive from them. And so we use that in terms of the match to help with the AmeriCorps administrative support. And then we also receive dollars from the Area Agency on Aging that comes down through the Older Americans Act. And so because of our administrative support that we can supply to those grants, we're able to use the Leon County matching dollars.
Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the team? Okay. Debbie and Phil, we do have some time left and wanted to just see if there was anything you all wanted to touch on that should be in consideration for what we've already reviewed, or summarize anything to go in addition to what we've already been reviewing.
Well, I think it's important to really remember that when we're looking at Alzheimer's and dementia, and we're looking at today's unprecedented times, we have to remember that caregivers are even more isolated today than they were 6 months ago. And in terms of having people, this is a very vulnerable population. So having the support of the Alzheimer's Project gives people an opportunity for that outlet that they need, that support that they need as they're walking through this journey. We know that we're going to see more and more deaths as a result of the COVID, and part of that's going to be related to the stress that's on the caregiver, We know that 30 to 60% of caregivers die before their loved one. So there's never been a time probably in history to date that caregivers didn't need the support that we're able to provide them on an ongoing basis.
Yeah, and I would echo Debbie's comments as I'm, moving into this role and, understanding our services more and more every day, how important they are and the challenge that we're going to have going forward and providing them on a one-to-one basis. And, that comes with a little bit more expense, and it comes with a little more planning, and it comes with a little more everything in order to get that out there. So while we've done a great job and have a fantastic staff that delivers quality services, we need to, it's taken more time to do, and just encourage you all to continue your support of it, because we're doing great work, and thank you all for your support in the past too.
About 6 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Kyle. Any other questions from the team? Okay. Definitely want to give you all an opportunity to utilize all of this time. So if there's additional comments about the program you want to share, in terms of the budget requests, we'd be happy to hear those at this time.
The questions that were sent out to us on Friday there was a question regarding the changes to our fundraising plans. And so there definitely has been some, we've taken a significant hit from a fundraising standpoint in that we weren't able to have one of our key fundraisers already. We're having to modify another one. But we are looking to move those to the first two. We did the first one we did virtually through a Facebook kind of matching funds using sponsorships from the event that we were not able to have, to leverage a campaign on Facebook to draw out matching funds, which did pretty well. But still not to that level that we had where we were able to do that in person. Doing a virtual event in August, that's normally a luncheon. So not able to do that luncheon that's going to draw in those dollars. So we're having to do that a little bit virtually and kind of spread that out, and task individual hosts and families to help us raise those dollars. We're planning on having our walk and golf tournament in November, because of those activities being outside and opportunity to do those in an appropriate and safe way. We're confident that we'll have a successful event, though we have already been kind of warned by our sponsors that it's not going to be as we will not raise as much money in the past as we have in the past. So we're going to take a little bit of a hit there. We've got some reserves to lean on, so we're able to manage. But I did want to make sure that question got answered through that was submitted on Friday with this extra time. Hope that's not to our detriment.
This is Phil. I'm a former caregiver, and I was a primary beneficiary of the services of the Alzheimer's Project for about a 3-year period. I'm now on the board. I now look at what we're doing. I particularly the survey that we use. One of the key variables we use is the delaying institutionalization, placing the loved one in a facility, and that spoke to my situation. It really is. So many times when I was caring for my wife, I thought I'm going to have to place her in a care facility. But there was enough information, there was enough education, particularly having through AmeriCorps, I had an in-house respite person help me there. I availed myself of the day respite programs. They were phenomenal. I mean, just there, the less agitation my wife had after coming home from one of those 6-hour days there where she had plenty of activities. The companionship that she had, it made that easier. certainly for me, the training that I had, learning about what to do, what to look for, how to be more aware of what her needs were, all of that really, it helped me so much. It helped me hang in there, I guess is the best word. And really the Alzheimer's Project, I mean, I'm forever grateful for what it did. And one of the things I've been doing on the board now is I'll periodically before the COVID, would go to care group meetings. I'd attend some of the support group meetings. I want to basically see what other people are saying now, and their experiences are also similar. So I can't say enough good things about the Alzheimer's Project and what a great organization it is.
Just about 60 seconds left.
So we want to just thank you all for your support. Thank you for your involvement in our community and providing this opportunity. We know these are difficult times, and just like we've had to transition and pivot and do everything more electronically, we appreciate this opportunity that you've given us today.
Thank you. It is truly an honor and a privilege for all of us.
Thank you.
Enjoy your respite, Debbie. Bye-bye. Nice to meet you, John.
Nice to meet you guys. Look forward to working with you.
See ya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, 40. Okay. 10:40, we'll have the Tallahassee Senior Services.
Has left the meeting.
So you do have a couple minutes of break before you start with the next group. Okay.
So Patricia, that feedback is too many mics open?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what it is.
I'm not Zoom savvy, so I'll make note of that for next time.
Okay. Yeah. That's exactly what it is from mics being open. That's why we're like, put yourself on mute if you're not speaking. Yeah, gotcha. It makes a world of difference. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thanks for being here with us. I'm Royal King with Leon County. This is my second time serving on the CRT team, and we'll get started by everyone on the team introducing themselves. Then we'll allow you all to introduce yourselves, and Kyle will give you further instructions from there. So, Rashonda.
Good morning. My name is Rashonda Dorsey. I'm employed with Capital Medical Society, and this is my second year.
Good morning. My name is Daria Ibach. I work at Capital City Bank, and this is my third year participating.
Good morning. I'm Julie Smith. I'm with the Salvation Army, and this is my second year participating.
Hi, I'm Joe Baker, Director of the Board of Nursing at the Florida Department of Health, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years.
Good morning. My name is Dan McGrew with CareerSource Capital Region. This is my 7th year serving.
Good morning, Cal Melton with Capital Chiropractic. This is 10 years for me serving with CRT. I'm also acting as your timekeeper today. You have 20 minutes for question and answers. We'll let you give your name and the role of the organization. And then again, just to reiterate what Pat said, please make sure your microphone's on mute if you're not speaking. We'll start the time. I'll give you a heads up whenever I can chime in that it's not distracting of what the remaining time is. I can also give you a hand signal, 5 minutes or 1 minute. And we'll begin with our first question with Joe Baker after your introductions.
Okay, well, thank you all. Thank you all for serving. We appreciate it. I'm Sheila Salyer. I'm the Director of Senior Services for City Tallahassee and Executive Director for our foundation.
Go ahead, Helen. You sure? Good morning. I'm Hella Spellman, and I'm the Program and Services Director for Tallahassee Senior Services. And to reiterate, Sheila, thank you for serving.
Wendy, you're muted, so we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you for serving. I serve as the Tallahassee Senior Center Southside Outreach Coordinator, and I'm in my 4th year.
Okay, first question. How has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted your ability to provide the services referenced in your grant application?
I think I'll let Wendy take most of that. Overall, we were very quick to transition to phone calls and email communications. And we have a full program of online classes now, of which Wendy is working with the Southside participants to get them up and running on that as well, and the lunch and learn events that we'll do drive-through and virtually. But Wendy, you want to address that more?
Sure. It's been an effort working from face-to-face meetings through virtual meetings, but I have been in contact with my participants through emails, telephone calls, text messaging, and helping them to get familiar with the Zoom program. Next fiscal year, we will continue on with the programs that we've had in the past. We have our brain body balance class with Purdue. She's doing those now online, and she'll continue those next fiscal year. Our wellness circles are once a month at Jack McLean and Jay Gaither. And the way we're going to handle those is starting next month, we'll be doing wellness circle drive-bys at Jack McLean. And I've also scheduled this last quarter 4 Healthy for Life classes, 1 in July, 1 in August, and 2 in October. And our 4th program is our health fairs. We missed the one in June, which was our men's health fair, but I'm planning on having one in October with 3 or 4 presenters on different health and wellness topics.
I'll chime in. We're transitioning all the programs that we're currently doing to Zoom, to doing them virtually with Zoom. We've done that with all our other programs. The challenge with the Southside is the access to technology. So a lot of our efforts have been focused on getting the participants comfortable using the technology so that we can transition the wellness circles and all to Zoom. And Wendy's also we're going to do a healthy cooking class via Zoom, where we're going to the ingredients in a drive-by ahead of time and then do the class. So it's just been kind of transitioning a lot of this stuff to virtual. And then of course the exercise classes are available virtually too.
Just to add to what Hella said, we had a practice Zoom meeting last Thursday with the Southside participants. And they were pretty well, they had a lot of knowledge about how to do Zoom, and we talked about certain things and certain features. Some of them want to have that one-on-one with a volunteer to get them more comfortable with the program. But it's been somewhat of a challenge, but we're moving along.
Okay, thank you all for that. We do have some questions from our team, so I'm gonna allow Dan to go ahead and get us rolling, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Royal. Wendy, just one clarifying question. What is a drive-by class at Jack McLean? What does that look like?
Well, we're patterning those after our lunch and learn drive-bys. We'll have one each month. The first one will be next month, and we're going to have pertinent information to correlate with the Healthy for Life classes. For instance, in July, the class is on brain health. So we will include the information that the presenter will be doing on that presentation at the July drive-by at Jack McLean, and we'll include some other resources like COVID-19, hurricane information, and other items in the bag that correlate with what we're going through today, and also with the class.
I got it. Okay. Let me get to one of the questions I had on the application, which was, I believe what I understood from the application was that you're anticipating a decrease in volunteers from last year to this year. Can you speak to why you're anticipating that?
Wendy or Helen, I'm not sure. We're mostly with the, of course, and let me just say next year is all uncertain as to if we'll still be virtual or in person. But I think with the Healthy Life classes, a lot of our volunteers are more, this is part of what they do. They're expert and professional people that help with this. And with only 2 of the larger events, the Men's Health Fair and the Southside Health Fair, there aren't as many of those extra volunteer kind of opportunities as there might have been in the past.
That answers it. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Next one that I had. So the outcome data tables look to be written in future tense, like you will do this, or do you have actual outcomes from the prior year that you can share with us?
I don't have them in front of me, but yeah, they're doing the reports every quarter would be all the outcomes in the end of year report from last year. I can get that to you all. Like I said, I don't have it right here in front of me right now. So yeah, so whatever.
Pat, can that be provided?
The outcomes from last year?
Yeah, Pat, is that able to be provided?
You'd have to provide it quick. It'd be because what he's referring to specifically is the outcome data collection table, and it does not have any reported outcome findings. Yeah, it just says, for example, it says short-term health screenings will be offered at 80% of all events other than fitness classes, but it does not actually give you any outcomes findings.
Okay.
So, so if you would have to immediately send those, if you could send those to myself or Virginia immediately after that, because they actually deliberate today, as you can see in the schedule.
Okay.
And then the last question, and I think you touched on one of these, but just a specific update to the CRT findings from the prior year that were received in the award letter. And you spoke a little bit. I mean, you had scheduled a Men's Health Fair for June, which unfortunately, so you mentioned that, but there were a couple others. I think one second-year recommendation specifically about allocating supplemental funds to support the program. Can you speak a little bit to your ability to do that based on those recommendations?
The supplemental funds to the program, is that specifically what you're asking about?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the $9,000 that we request through this process, the CHSP process, are specifically the program dollars that do the fitness classes, the Healthy for Life, the wellness circles, and the health fairs. The supplemental dollars, that $9,000 is not enough to do all of that. So we do have a couple of sponsors that come in and help with those kinds of things. We'll get some general donations, and then the participants actually make a donation for their fitness classes. And that helps extend those fitness classes and helps fund those instructors as well. Also, what you see in the CHSP budget only are those program dollars. Wendy's position, as well as our other staff positions, are funded. Wendy's position is funded through the city. CDB, a temp position through the city. So you don't really see that in that operating. That's not in that $9,000. So there's a lot of supplemental funds that are acquired being part of the city. Hella's position is not really shown in there, but the total program budget, if we were to do this program budget alone, is about $69,000. And all the $9,000 is just a small piece that we're able to actually do the actual direct service programs with. So there's more support through the foundation, the general operating money of the foundation, the infrastructure from the city. So it's a great bang for your buck that all these dollars go directly to help with the programs directly to support the participants.
That answers the question. It does.
Okay.
It does. Thank you.
I know it's confusing because of the different quasi, with the foundation's a nonprofit and being part of the city, it's always been a little confusing.
Thank you for clarifying.
You mentioned the fitness instructors who are on the brain body. How many certified instructors are there?
Overall, I think we have about 12 different ones through the whole center. And two regular fitness instructors at our Optimus Park location, but there are others that are available to sub if we need to, so we can pull from our other instructors. We teach many classes here at the senior center usually, and we teach in all 6 of the county community sites. They're all senior certified fitness instructors. And right now we've transitioned, we have 5 different fitness classes available via Zoom and on demand. And we also we're rotating those are actually now on WCTV channel, not WCTV, WCOT, the city's channel, channel 13, are running 4 days a week. And we just got that up about 2-3 weeks ago, and that's helped serve those folks who have more technology challenges. And even if they have technology, watching the class on TV has been a little easier to manage than on a laptop or an iPad or something like that. So we're very fortunate to get those things up and going.
Yeah, this 4,500 in the grant application is for the Southside Senior Outreach.
Correct.
So how many instructors, I guess the 4,500 pays for how many certified instructors to teach at the Southside?
2 instructors, 2 classes a week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Are there any other questions from the team?
Yes, I have a question. Would you say that you've seen a decrease in participation since going virtual?
Sorry, have we seen a decrease in participation?
Yes.
Well, it's hard to manage, hard to answer that. We have been in touch with, Wendy's been in touch with all of our Southside participants. I don't think we've gotten to the point where we were able to see how many of those may be participating in our lifelong learning. We have lifelong learning, art, and fitness virtually. And Wendy's been working with them, like she said, to get them comfortable with the technology and going forward. For Deuce, our other regular instructor there has been very, very much in touch with the fitness participants there, which has been absolutely critical right now. Our goal was that nobody felt alone through this pandemic. We had no idea how long this was going to last. And going forward, it's sometimes getting even a little more difficult, but I think we're going to be ready to have more programs. But just to keep in perspective how important the connections are with our instructors, the Vicki Sims that was murdered, she was one of our regular Optimus Park fitness participants. So that group has really struggled a lot in the last 2 to 3 weeks over this. But Wendy and Forduce have been kind of a lifeline to them. And we're going to be providing some other actually counseling, mental health support services as people need it. I think we've got a safety tips session coming up just with those folks. We have a licensed clinical social worker on staff that can help with them if needed. So the social connection and social engagement, I think,
We're
is continued.
We're at 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Is that what you're looking for as far as programs and activities? I mean, we're in person, and we have 50 different classes and opportunities up on YouTube now in just 3 to 4 months. So going forward, I think it's going to be the new way we do things. The last 2 to 3 months, like Wendy said, has been challenging.
I anticipate an increase in wellness circle participation because just by talking to my participants, they are eager to get out and about, and they're going to get the materials that they need to participate in the Healthy for Life classes. So that's kind of that'll kind of encourage them to participate in those Zoom classes, those Zoom Healthy for Life classes. Plus, we offer lunch at the Wellness Circle. So I'm pretty sure we're going to have an increase in participation.
I'd like to ask a question. Did I see that there was across the board raises proposed for this fiscal year?
For the coming fiscal year, or the one we're in?
The proposed, yes, the coming fiscal year.
There is right now. That's our foundation staff, which is going to be significantly different revenue right now. So we're monitoring that. We're we're okay through September, but in the next fiscal year, our board is going to have to take a hard look at what we're able to do with that, because our revenue's going to be down $50,000 to $80,000 in our general revenue area. So we're very pleased right now to be supporting all of our staff. Some of our instructors that wanted to switch to Zoom and virtual have been supported. Like I said, through September, we're good. I think everything's an unknown after that.
Thank you. And that leaves us just about 2 minutes.
If there's anything you all want to, in closing, share about what's already been presented to this body, you can use that time to do so.
I would just thank you all again, and just know that the $9,000 that comes out of this pot of money is critical. It's not a lot of money, but we do a whole lot with that, and I think you get a great bang for your buck for it.
And I just want to mention too that I think, I don't know if we elaborated enough on our plan for next year when talking about the wellness circles and things like that. We have everything initially planned to occur virtually, but then if things, things permitting, we would go back to how we did it in the past. But we're prepared. We're working under the expectation that we're going to be virtual. So all the planning that Wendy's done for next year is virtual. And the drive-bys, when she was talking about lunch, what we're doing now is they come in their car and drive through, and we give them the materials and things, so there's no contact. So we're all learning in this new world.
That'll conclude the time for this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. I appreciate you.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
See what our next schedule. Well, we have 8 minutes in between the next one, 11:10.
My name's Royal King with Leon County, and this is my second time serving on the CRT team. We are excited and thankful for the opportunity to be here with you all this morning. I'm serving as the team leader, and with that, I want to allow everyone else on our team the chance to introduce themselves. So, Shonda, kick us off.
Good morning. My name is Rashonda Dorsey. I'm employed with Capital Medical Society, and this is my second year serving.
Good morning. My name is Daria Ivach. I work at Capital City Bank, and this is my third time participating.
Good morning. I'm Julie Smith. I'm with the Salvation Army, and this is my second year serving.
Hi, I'm Joe Baker, Executive Director of the Board of Nursing at the Florida Department of Health, and I've been doing this for 20 plus years.
Good morning. My name is Dan McGrew. I'm with Career Source Capital Region, and this is my 7th year serving with CHSP.
Good morning, Cal Melton, Capital Chiropractic Center. My 10th year.
Has joined the meeting.
Nice to have you, Nancy. Cal Melton, Capital Chiropractic Center, 10 years with the CRT. I'm also going to be acting as your timekeeper today.
Has joined the meeting.
You will have 20 minutes for this question and answer session. We'd like you to start by offering your name and your role at the organization. We'll also ask that you please, if you're not speaking, mute your microphone so there's no hard to hear episodes. The time will start once the first question is asked by Mr. Baker. I'll give you a 5-minute warning and a 1-minute warning, and I may, when if time is available, just give a little heads up if there's a quiet second. Let's begin. Introductions.
Good morning. My name is Eugene Butler. I'm the president of the Smith Williams Service Center Foundation, located here in Bond Community, Tallahassee, Florida. I'd like to introduce some of the people that's going to be speaking this morning. Ms. Dolores Myers, who's the executive director, been in service for approximately 10 years. She's also staff personnel for the
Has joined the meeting.
We also have Ms. Mary Blunt, that is our treasurer, who has served her second term, and she's been a member of the Smith Williams Foundation for a number of years. We have Mrs. Danielle McNeil, who's been with the Department of Economic Opportunities for the last 3 years. She's also our grant writer. And if we have time, we'll be asking Mrs. Nancy Caudette, who is one of the seniors here, who comes here on a daily basis along with her father to give you all some of the activities that we do during the week here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our first question relates to how has the COVID-19 pandemic impacted your ability to provide services that are outlined in your grant application?
Okay, this is Dolores Myers, Executive Director. And COVID-19 has had the following program delivery.
If I could interrupt, if you're not speaking, would you please mute your microphone, please?
Okay, again, my name is Dolores Myrick, and I'm the Executive Director here at the Smith Williams Center Foundation. And COVID-19 has had the following impact upon our program delivery. Unfortunately, we have been unable to provide space to the congregants due to the inability to utilize the facility here at Smith Williams, and we do continue to provide a nutritious lunch via drive-through and personal deliveries. We plan to provide arts and crafts via drive-through by providing crafts on a weekly basis to seniors as they continue to utilize these things for physical, mobile, and exercise purposes. We communicate with the seniors on a weekly basis via telephone, and we to help them minimize isolation and loneliness. We plan to provide Zoom
to as many of the seniors who is able to get this program. This also should help to minimize isolation and loneliness. The seniors are waiting impatiently to a point to get back to their programs through the Smith Williams Center Foundation.
Okay, Dolores, thank you for that. We do have some questions from the team, and I'll share one that came from our team, and then also give others on our team a chance to ask their own questions. One of the questions that came was, what has the agency done in response to the second and third year findings of the citizen review team?
Okay, being the executive director and due to the schedule conflicts of several of our board members, I'm going to probably be answering quite a few of your questions. You say, what have we done about the response to the CRT? All right, the CRT suggested that we continue to do additional fundraising and grant opportunities, and we have subscribed to the Florida Grant Watch program to help to draw down grants. We've applied for several grants, including the $75,000 financial literacy grant from the Rose Foundation. We've held our annual benefit banquet, gas raffles, t-shirt sales, and we retrieved a $1,800 claim through the state of Florida. And we were also awarded the Office of Economic Vitality's LEAN grant for $2,500. We continue to solicit sponsorships from various organizations in our area. The racial diversity question, we continue to seek Black members, non-Black members. We've spoken with various non-Black persons at various events and prospective work locations, etc. The board continues to consistently seek non-Black members, but we also have Africans, we have multiracial members. We acknowledge the value of diversity, the cultural sensitivity and the geographics of the current target population, which is a low-income and African-American organization, and participants primarily are African-American. The quorum situation, unfortunately, in the 2019 and 20 grant, it was written inadvertently, noting that we did not meet the quorum but 3 times. However, we met the quorum every meeting. And from that time forth, we have continued to meet quorum in our meetings.
Okay, Dolores, thank you. Here's another question from our team. What is the $14,245 gift in the miscellaneous section of the current budget?
Thank you very much. This amount is calculated by figuring in grants and sponsorships from other organizations such as AKAs, Deltas, NAUW, etc. It also includes planned fundraisers such as our t-shirt sales, raffle sales, silent auctions, and also an additional $400 from our board members' dues. It also includes donations from Walmart and Target and personal contributions accepted by board members, such as our attorney, Hubert Brown. He's generally given at least $800 a year, and then other board members, Alethea Thompson, Dr. Okeke, they're getting $500+ just to help offset costs for programming.
Royal, if I can follow up on that, your sheet says that this is salaries and wages, but it's under professional fees. Why aren't you putting salaries and wages up in compensation and benefits?
Because we do not hire staff, part-time nor full-time staff. We hire independent contractors who are generally coming for 1 to 7 hours, 8 hours a week. So we put them on the independent contractors.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to invite Dan to ask some of his questions.
Okay.
I actually think that last one answers my questions. And just to clarify, that's the reason Well, because you are hiring independent contractors, you're not reporting salary on your budget sheets. So the money you're asking for, though, however, is to pay for those independent contractors. Am I reading that? Am I to understand that correctly?
You are understanding correctly.
Okay. Then my questions are answered. Thank you.
Quite welcome.
Are there any other questions at this time from anyone else on our team?
I have one question. Just do you guys overlap with the senior center Southside outreach?
Not really. Primarily, our seniors are coming from the south side, and most of them have been coming, and they invite others to participate, but we don't really overlap.
Dolores, I did have a question coming out of the review team's prior recommendations about the diversity for the board. What efforts have taken place in diversifying the board racially?
Well, we have over the years had several Caucasians and other races to participate in the board. However, for whatever reasons they moved or whatever. But our board members personally solicit non-black participants on the workplace when they go out to various events. When we all go to different locations and they try to encourage other people to participate. It's unfortunate, but this is a blighted community, and there are many people who do not want to have to come over here and meet in the evening. And most people are working on our board. They're working people, and it's just kind of hard. But we continue to solicit non-black participants.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the team?
Royal, I wanted to go back just to confirm I understood what she had said, because the application doesn't show any fundraising dollars raised or grant funds awarded. But I think I heard the director say that, I guess since the application was submitted, she has had an update on that.
Yes, we have submitted several different grants. However, we were not awarded those grants, but we continue to solicit grant funding. And we do continue to solicit other fundraising activities to help to offset the cost of the programs here. We did receive one grant, which was the LEAN grant through the city and Leon County through the COVID-19 situation. And then we got several sponsorships from different organizations and the other things that we talked about.
What is the fundraiser you have with Walmart on May 31st?
That fundraising, I put that in, this is President G. Butler. I put that with the Walmart, it's listed for that grant. And,
That's a grant, okay. Then were you able to have the Edwina Stevens banquet on May 29th?
Yes, we did, and I think we garnered about $5,000 for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're quite welcome.
Are there any other questions from the team at this time?
We're sitting at about 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Cal. So, Dolores, we will want to make sure we use all that time. If there were any other things that you all wanted to address in your submission, anything related to your funding request that you may want to address in this time, we'll give you this opportunity to do so.
Does anybody have anything they want to acknowledge? I think we're just leaning on you all for your review and trusting that you will find our application favorable and award us as requested.
You can have your volunteer too,
Yes.
if you want to.
Yeah, I believe
your client.
Somebody, one of their participants, I believe they said they had available.
Yes, Mrs. Nancy Godet.
Yes. I attend regularly the programs here, and I'm particularly interested in the arts and crafts. We make quite a few items that we can use around our own homes and things that we're doing. We also have days that we color. We do the coloring for our mental and coordination. We have exercises, and we also have computer classes. So they try to keep us busy so we won't sit around home being lazy. That's why this COVID is so hard on us.
Thank you.
Since we are unable to go to the facility, what sort of, I guess, hopefully only short-term or long-term plans do you have to help with that issue?
Well, like we said, we're going to do drive-by crafts because we know how they enjoy that. We will have like a weeks-long packet of crafts that they can do, those who participate in those programs. And then for those who are doing fitness and exercise, we're hoping to be able to mobilize and go to the mall so that way they can do walk around the mall because the facility is closed currently. Then they will have bathroom facilities while they're out. And we will have board members to be able to participate with the seniors so that to help maintain safety for our seniors. And soon as some other things open up, such as they love going to the movies and going to essential theater, we will open those opportunities as they become available. The Zoom will help a whole lot with the loneliness and the mental cognitive senses because they'll be able to communicate with each other as well as with some of the board on a weekly basis.
5 minutes left.
Dolores, when your facility is open, how do your participants usually get there? Are they on their own with that?
In the past, we've had elder care services that provided transportation, and then several of our seniors drive. We're going to try to implement a program, seniors helping seniors, whereas those who are not able to get here via elder care services, the seniors themselves will collaborate in helping to bring a partner so that all of our seniors can participate. We also are working with the city of Tallahassee, and as soon as the facility opens up and is available to us, we've been offered the opportunity to use 2 of the buildings, the Building A as well as the Annex building, so that way we can still have the programs and have social distancing available to the seniors. We're looking to work with about 40 seniors. And so that will work perfectly for the 6 feet social distance requirement because we are working with the CDC's recommendations to maintain safety for our seniors.
Okay, any additional things you all want to share? Unless there's any other questions from the team.
3 more minutes.
As executive director, it's really been a pleasure and a challenge working this program for the Smith Williams Center Foundation, prior to working directly with the board as their executive director, I have at least 10 years that I volunteered to this program as the coordinator of programs for the city of Tallahassee. And then once I retired, I came to the foundation. They requested that I sign up as their executive director, and I've been doing that ever since. So altogether, I provided to this board 20 years of services, 10 volunteer and 10 as an independent contractor. And so I definitely see the need for these seniors in this community to continue to maintain this program, because prior to, there was no funding available basically to the seniors of this, the South here at Smith Williams. However, via your financial assistance, we've been able to grow this program, and that's why we call it the Senior Solution Expansion Program. And we're excited about what you all have done to help us, and we hope that you all will continue to work with us and help us to provide these services to these seniors, because they are a vital part of this community.
And one other thing that I'd like to add, President's Board, I've seen through the years that prior to COVID-19, the service that was rendered here was a tremendous boost to the seniors. And we are in the middle of COVID-19, and we are doing everything that we can to continue the type of service that we provided prior to COVID-19. And this is where we're at now. And we substitute a lot of things. When they come to the center, we go to their home. When we usually talk to them in person, we call them on the phone. So these are some of the things that are taking the place of the prior to COVID-19. And we doing everything in our ability to come up with new ideas, to come up with new ways to serve our seniors to the best that we can do.
At the minute mark.
All right. You all have one minute left. Any last remarks at this time?
This is Odette again, and I would like to include that my father, who is 97 years old,
Is also in the program. He looks forward to it so much, and he keeps crying right now, when can he get back? When can he get back? So it's important to all of us that this program continues. With your help, please.
Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you, everyone.
Has left the meeting.
Wish you guys well.
Eugene Butler.
Has left the meeting. A participant has left the meeting.
Nancy.
Has left the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you for your leadership, Royal.
Went really smoothly. It's amazing. I didn't want to jinx it, so I didn't say anything, but I just was one of the biggest fears I had is someone not show up for their appointment time. And we had 100%. So we met that particular risk factors when you go virtual, just like the seniors, individuals and companies have different capacity levels as well for going virtual. So that's been a great delight that we have not had a misstep in that way. So guys, I think you did a great job. Any comments or one of the most important things for you to do, Chu, is go ahead and finalize your thoughts regarding your assessment guides. So that because as soon as you get back from lunch, we actually go directly into the deliberation process.
So what's the best practice for Pat, do we log off and then call back in, or? Oh, I can't hear you. You're muted.
So y'all are
Just
taking a look.
muted. I'm sorry. I just muted myself to listen to you, but do not log out. We don't suggest that you log out of the meeting so that you don't experience difficulty getting back in. So again, the same thing for when you get a break, is go ahead and mute your phone and then stop your own personal video. Okay. Now, I think Virginia has a comment. I think if some of you are, if you're on the phone, it's a different recommendation, right, Virginia?
Yeah. So Julie, I see voice-wise you're on the phone.
I heard the name, and that's all I heard. Sorry. Yes, I'm on both. I can see all of you, and I'm on the call for the audio.
So call-wise, I would suggest for this hour that you can hang up your audio connect when we come back because it will drain your device. Rashonda, same thing for you. If you're near a port, I don't know if you're on an iPad or a phone, it just shows me some mobile access. If you're on like a tablet and you're near a port, you can leave it on. It's just a running program. But if you're not near a port, I would suggest signing out because as you see, it drains that battery quite drastically.
I got that.
I can mute everybody. Just make sure you turn your video off because like Pat said, she'll watch you.
Okay, yeah, I'm muted. I'll mute.
And I think I hear Anita knocking at the door with the food delivery for lunch.
I think that's just a salesperson, Joe. I'm sorry.
Joe wants to know what time exactly he wouldn't. We've got a couple steps just to kind of summarize the next task that we have to complete. The first one, of course, is basically creating an award letter for the doing the comments, conducting the assessments of each agency and program. We always do the narrative assessment first. The second stage will be we will do the ranking order of the programs on this team. And I think every agency on this team is only presenting one program. Oh no, except for Elder Care. Elder Care is presenting, let's see how many programs Elder Care has. About 4 programs. They've got 4. 1, 2, 3, actually 5. And then 5 programs. So you will rank order by program, not by agency. So you'll rank order which program you feel like is the highest priority in addressing the current and future needs of the community, and which one you think is the lowest night, the least important program to address community needs. And then the last stage, the last part of this is the recommendations for various allocations for each program, right? So that's kind of what we have to do at this point. So I'm going to actually share the way that we will do comments this year. I will share a document with you. We'll just start doing an analysis. And just as a reminder, I'm writing in shorthand, my own little shorthand version. So as always, I clean up the comments after we finish. So keep that in mind as well, okay? So I will share the document now that we can start on. I guess I should have maybe broke down the program. So the first, let me set up something while you guys. So I'm going to ask you, just like myself, I've got 2 devices. I don't know how many of the devices you have, but I have 2. One so I can work on with you as in WebEx, but I also have another device to pull up the application. So you would want to go ahead and pull up your application for Elder Care Services, so you can reference that, as well as your evaluation assessment guides. You might want to use that as well. Okay. So let me go to Elder Care. Of course, I pulled up. All right, so we'll, can I ask which of you actually have the award letters from last year pulled up? Joe, I'm going to ask you, the way we'll get started is, I think would be good for us maybe is to look at the award letters from last year. For one thing, we want to look at if there are any comments you feel like are applicable to carry over to the new award letter. So some of those won't be applicable, of course, because we didn't conduct a site visit, for example. So we don't need to, you don't even need to restate those comments, but only state comments, Joe, that you think might be carried over into this fiscal year, okay, that are applicable now. So let's look at any comments for the overall agency. Is everybody clear about the steps that we're going to go through right now?
Yeah, I think number one there is, again, I would say,
we may have to, just a reminder too, let's try to be very interactive as much as possible with this format, but you also may need to, if you listen to yourself, if you're making a lot of sound, go ahead and mute yourself while someone is speaking, okay? It's hard to do that, to be honest with this, when you're doing this, but we'll do the best we can. So go ahead, Joe. You said number one, and read that comment to your colleagues so they can know what that is.
The presentation was well organized and thorough.
So did you felt like that was applicable? Because they didn't do a formal presentation.
Well, not the presentation, but the
responding to all questions.
I mean, well organized and thorough in their 5-minute intro or whatever it was called this time around. I mean, I just thought that was applicable, even though it wasn't a presentation. It's.
Yeah, I mean, I think they obviously looked at all of our questions ahead of time and had very prepared and thorough responses for them.
Okay, so is that you saw the comment I just wrote? Okay, and keep on going, Joe. Joe is reviewing. It's okay if
I think fundraising and writing again is a positive for this agency.
Okay.
I mean, I definitely agree with number 7, that they appeared competent and really knowledgeable programs. Again, I think they've used their time well.
Okay.
And looking at number 9, I guess that's something we didn't get into about the United Way funding. Yeah. So I guess last year they disclosed it.
Yes, they did. The last 2 years ago, they modified their requests because of the United Way funding received. They actually reduced their request to CHSP based on United Way funding. And so they wanted to give them an attaboy for that. Okay.
Pat.
Yes, Cal.
This is Dan, actually. On the fundraising, can we also, I mean, can we commend them on, it seems like they got a lot of COVID-related funding quickly. So some of that was federally appropriated, I get that, but they also, with United Way, some other grants. I'd just like to commend them on quickly being able to supplement their revenue streams with some specific grant acquirement. And specifically as it's related to fundraising or revenue driving.
I'd like to add to that COVID discussion when you're ready.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just talking to Dan when you said about fundraising. Did you want me to look at you wanted me to refer to grants or fundraising?
Primarily grants.
Okay.
That was the quick kind of addition of revenue for them, it looked like.
Okay, I got that. And I think I heard, did I hear another committee member?
Daria, I just wanted to, I wrote down that they seem to have done a great job continuing services, even in spite of the COVID issue. As a matter of fact, they expanded some.
Since we're doing COVID-19, why don't we just go ahead and you guys tell me all the highlights about COVID-19? That was the first question they responded to. So what highlights about COVID-19 do you, in general, give me some general comments about COVID-19 response.
Well, they maintained distribution. And then they modified that to.
Say that one more time, Joe.
Well, I'm trying to think how to phrase it. They maintain their meal distribution system, but then they modify it to some frozen meals or something. But they maintained it.
Yeah, they were able to transition their hot meal service completely to frozen meal service and reduce their wait list down to 15 people.
Yeah, that's amazing. They said they added an additional 1,500 meals each week.
Right.
To close their daycare stations, right? Anything else? Any other comments? And we're still staying on COVID-19 response. They did speak to redirecting some of the staff to do other functions. I don't know, we're talking about elder care. Is that something you have in your notes? Because that's in my memory bank.
Yeah, they said they re-put the daycare staff, they repositioned to do more in-home check or at-home check-ins, right? Calling and checking in on seniors. And then also provided, I thought they said they were providing for their in-home care, they were doing more of that. Hold on, that might be, I don't want to confuse something else. I don't have that written down directly, so don't.
I did write it down that they transferred to at-home services because they're all highly skilled people that can still do the assessment is what they were doing, even if they had to do it via telephone. They did over 130 telephone reassurance calls. And I don't know if that was in 1 week or I'm not sure, but I wrote down 830.
And then also their waiting list has dramatically declined.
Any other comments that you may have for general agency? Any other comments about the overall agency before we go into the programs?
Pat, I think this was the one that how they recorded their cost per client looked to be really high. When she went back and went through the numbers, they actually have a very low cost per client.
And probably depend on which program, because I don't know which which specific program are you referring to about the cost per client rate appeared high. Or we can just look at each program and as we can actually look at that too while we look at each program.
Yeah, I think that's the way the previous award letter did it. It broke it down into specific.
Right.
Programs.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll do that. Any other general comments before we go into the programs?
Pat, I did make a note, and I hope I captured this correctly, but that they offer a wide range of services, in-home services over 800. Did I capture that correct?
We can just speak to that they offer a wide range of services. When you say how many, you said 800.
Yeah, I don't know if I was matching this up from when they were talking about the calls that they.
They said they conducted 800 assurance calls. So that's the number of calls. The number 800 refers to the number of calls that they've done with follow-up calls to the seniors that they're serving so far. Do you want me to put that comment though, Roy, about that they offer a wide range of supportive services?
Yes.
Okay. Go into the program next. Give me 1 second. I want to cut some noise off in my home to make sure I'm not. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I hesitate to tell me to shut up if I needed to shut up.
I'm nice about it. So we'll go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and we'll just start in the order of the program. So the first one would be, let's open up their application. Anything about the board? I know you're going to talk about board composition, about other agencies, so we want to be consistent and we make a statement. Let's look at their board diversity, since that was a question that you asked of several people. So we need to make any comments about their board diversity? Advisory board. So any comments about the board, the diversity of the board or staff or anything?
About diversity, but the advisory did not meet at all, which I thought was kind of, I couldn't really get a good picture of the purpose of the advisory board.
Oh, the advisory board doesn't meet at all?
No, it said in there it just meets on an as-needed basis. So I wasn't quite sure what the purpose of it was.
Well, they say in the application that its purpose is to mentor the board of directors and evaluate plans.
And yet they didn't meet the entire year.
But they didn't meet, yeah. So. Or I think it's explain why they did not meet, if they did, why they would not have met.
I guess you could say explore ways to, if you had some comment you wanted to put in there about the advisory board.
Or as you said, if their purpose is to advise individual board members, maybe it would be helpful for them to keep track of that so that they can really create.
Well, you'd certainly think after this particular atmosphere, they would have some need to meet.
Okay. So I've got a statement on that. And then how about any comment about the board? It's a 12-member board, 4 of them, which is a third, which is 13 members.
Yeah.
And almost a third is diverse.
Yeah.
So do you feel like it meets diversity? Okay. And I guess if you don't want to make a comment, just want us to look at it, because if we're going to look at it with one agency, we have to look at that variable for every agency.
I felt that it was indicative of the client served. I mean, just as a general statement, if we needed to put something in there. Or overall indicative of the clientele served.
I think it's representative of the community that's served.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the client served is a little different than waiting, but it's definitely representative of the community that's being served.
Right. Okay.
That was comment number 5 from last year.
Okay. And probably a different, might have been a different demographic makeup last year too, but I'll look at it. I always look at last year's comment and compare it. I'll go into the application as well. Okay, so let's start the program. We'll go into the first program. So we will go into program information. So the first one is Elder Day Stay. So let's do Elder Day Stay first. And the variables, this will be the longest one, so we're going to move, but we have to look at a couple primary variables for day stay, and that's for every program. So we're going to look at did they clearly document the need for the program? Did they clearly define the target population? And then we're going to look at whether or not description. We got description of the program. You're going to look at whether or not the agency clearly described the program, the activities of the program, because part of what you're doing is that based on the activities yielded by the program, can they yield those outcomes? And then you're going to look at outcomes. And for every program, we've got to look at we have to look at that, and we have to look at the funding requests. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and put that here too. And so we'll look at all of those variables. Okay. Give me a comment. Let's go into the application, and each of you guys can look at it, or we can have. But do you feel like they clearly documented the need for the program? Did they clearly identify the target population? Did they clearly describe the program? Those are the comments I need you to give me now, okay?
So this is different than 2 years ago of what has to go in the comments.
Yeah, there may be some language we can use, but if you feel like the program, Elder Day Stay, if you feel like those comments are still precisely true, we can use those comments from last year if they're specific to what we're talking about. Okay. If there's some that you feel like are applicable, and we'll start with Elder Daystate, we can entertain that as a group, your group, okay?
I have a comment about this particular program. What's good about it is that it allows people who are caregivers but are also working to continue to work. And that's important because those people who have an additional income source in their family are using less resources, like in the community, less of the other resources that, all these agencies are asking for, because they do have someone who is in the family working. So, I mean, it's an important program for that reason, because it continues to keep financial resources in the community outside of, say,
To some degree, Derek, I don't know if they're totally matched, because these are people that can't stay at home alone. So you got your seniors who can stay at home, and you got seniors who can't. So I don't know.
But I think to Daria's point, providing a place to bring your parent or whatever allows you to work and continue, right? I think that's the point you were making, Daria?
Yes. I think it's good for our overall community to keep this particular program going.
So I thought they did a good job of, just because they talked a lot about this program and the cost of private care and what that costs in relation to this. So there's no other alternative if you can't afford the $60 or $40 or $60,000 a year. In some cases, even more than that. So I think it's critically important. The only piece that I am coming away from this on the funding request and the program design is I did not get that there is if they just don't open, what will happen, right? There's just no target date for reopening that facility. So while everything's kind of been repositioned and repurposed, and some of that may be non-issue, Pat, because they draw down funds if they're used, right? If they're never used, they're never drawn down.
Yes, and it may. I think we almost have to some degree presume, because this is funding for the next 2 years. It starts October, so we have to assume to some degree that these programs will continue. I mean, because every single program has some of the same risk factors. Okay. And then, of course, if they did it a different way, we can modify budgets, the grant budgets accordingly. If they end up redesigning how they implement the programs, but it's all unsure right now. But it is maybe this program more so than most because of the nature of what it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just as a reminder, last year's request was also a 2 years request. The one that we're looking in the application, both of those were 2-year requests.
Yes, and whatever you allocate for the first year will be the same allocation for the second year.
Got it.
Did they clearly document the need for the program? Did they describe it for the population? I need to get comments regarding that from you guys.
Yes, the need was definitely addressed, and it meets a need in the community.
How about the description of the program? Did you clearly understand what happens to the participants in the program? What kind of services, level of services, days of operation, etc.? You look mighty comfortable, Joe, sitting in that rocker.
I had to change from my uncomfortable dining room chair.
I need that chair. Any comment about the program description?
None. I mean, it was good. It was clear to me.
Yeah, they thoroughly present the program.
Next one, we need to go to the outcome. When we do Elder Day Stay, and we'll go to the section of the application is applicable to is 1.6 when we look at program outcomes, okay? So as you look at them, are they meaningful? Are they measurable? Do they clearly demonstrate how the program helps its participants?
Sorry, it's not all that easy to switch between information in this application. Unless I'm just doing it a hard way.
Pat, in a re-review of this, looking at it again, I mean, it was quantitative. It's clear what they're looking to do. And the measures are, the measures are solid.
I agree with Dan. They gave good numbers of, exactly $60 per day and broke it down to how many weeks a year they were able to provide services. I mean, I thought they did a good job.
They also mentioned providing like scholarships for those individuals who couldn't afford to pay.
Yeah, their documentation is very thorough, which I think they're used to having to do because of so much federal money.
Right.
So while I'm doing that, you guys could go to section 1.1 of the form 2 to see that they clearly explain and justify the need for CHSP funding.
For the
next one's
day program,
right? In-home services.
No, we're still dealing with Elder Day Stay, so we don't jump around, and we want to go to section 1.1, and that's in reference to their CHSP funding request.
I misunderstood you. Thank you.
So we'll just stay.
They specifically outline how the funds would be used.
Okay.
Clearly.
I'm sure I'm in the right. Yeah, Elder Care Stay. Okay. Okay, yeah.
I mean, to me, it's a pretty straightforward ask, right? I mean, they're looking to fund one piece of curriculum and a number of scholarships.
Okay, so that takes care of that program. Next, we'll go to, let's see, the next program would be, I'm going to go by the application itself. That's a little bit easier. So the next program will be in-home services, okay? So we'll go to in-home services, and we have to look at the same elements that we just did for Elder Day Stay. Okay, I'm going to move this down so you can see it a little bit better. So again, put this on the same page so you can see the same variables again that are highlighted in yellow are the ones we're looking at for in-home services. So need you to give me some comments for in-home services. We're looking at the same elements. Documentation of need, target population, description of the program, and then we'll look at outcomes. Okay.
There was discussion of the sliding fee scale. I don't recall specifically.
They said
Someone
that
asked about that.
They had looked at the sliding scale, but that they were clients were not able to afford it, so they could not go to, as they compared to other for-profits. They didn't feel like their clientele could afford to pay any sort of money. But they had considered it and looked at it.
Yeah, I remember them saying they looked, and I don't know if there's a, Pat, you decide if there's a place for this. I have to believe there's a revenue model there somewhere. But you're on mute, Pat.
You want me to put down, basically you want them to explore it more thoroughly.
No, I think they've explored it. I feel that, I mean, I don't think their clients can pay more. I think that's where they got it. But there must be I just have to believe that there's a way that people can pay full price and help subsidize that, offset that even more. And maybe the comment is, continue to be open to revenue models, because it's a unique service you're providing, right? Same with the thing with a full service kitchen. They've got some very unique assets, revenue to subsidize somewhere else, not from the clients you're potentially trying to serve, but potentially from other people altogether. Anyway. You've heard me say this every year for 7 years. We're not here to run their business, right? That's not our role.
It's okay for you to give good suggestions, though. It doesn't, I mean, you try. It's okay, too, to give suggestions because it can help improve. So I've seen a lot of these agencies implement y'all's suggestions, too, and come out with better programming and more stronger agencies. So it's a balance. It's a balance. Okay. Any other comments? So remember, you still got to go into the application and give me some comments about and I'm going to keep on harassing you until you do. So give us some other.
I do think they did a good job explaining what the purpose of the program is. And they even put some information in there about how they've needed it even more lately since the COVID. They've got good numbers in here of the people they serve and why it costs that much. It's an important program to bridge the gap.
Pat, I like, and this is probably one for all, I think it might have been in all of them, but definitely this one. I liked their inclusion of client testimonials in their application, especially without an on-site visit and without them giving a presentation. It was very nice to read those client cases, case descriptions, or what. It's not so much a testimonial as here's a group of people we helped and how we helped them. I really like that. The other piece on the in-home care, and I don't remember this from 2 years ago, having had the privilege of being on this team twice in a row. They had it looks like they're using other providers or like in-home care providers as subcontractors, which I think is particularly intuitive or ingenious, or particularly resourceful, right? And I don't remember. It stuck out to me this time. I don't know if it was there last time, but.
I think we probably should put something in about how well they're leveraging the CHP funds too, to obtain $765 roughly $1,000 of matching cash. They use the CHP to get grants, matching funds.
Again, there's kind of a global comment. Their outcome tables are very quantitative and precise and very clear what they're doing and what they've done. So it's consistent in all the programs.
Dan is referring to section 1.6 of the application regarding outcomes for in-home services. Yeah, they are pretty excellent, I have to say myself. Okay, so that's it. The next thing to do with in-home services is to look at the CHSP funding requests, okay?
I thought it's very well documented. Compensation and direct assistance.
Yeah, they explain very well what they're going to do with the money. I mean, I think it'd be the same as what you said for elder daycare, elder day stay.
I think the difference is what I can see though, with this one is that it does not tell you how many hours they're speaking of. It says provides hours of care. I think it needs an equation, a number in there. It needs to be quantifiable. So
I thought it did say that somewhere. Does it need to say it in that particular?
Unless it's somewhere in a different, it has to be in 1.1, but it could be.
I thought I read it somewhere else. I'll scan through while you're doing that.
Service, what does it say? Okay, the matching. They do explain the matching.
They talk about 200 seniors. I don't see how many hours of care though.
Yeah, we just make a suggestion to them. Please.
my take on their description was they have restricted funding. They have funding that can only pay for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
So they're looking to this to allow them to use that funding for those other things as well, right? By giving them, that's the way that I kind of read this. If we give them the additional $10,000 in salary support, other funding that they get wouldn't have to be used for salary support. It could be used for direct service. That's how I interpreted it. I also come from a federal grant world, so I kind of see how that happens a lot. Right? If I can just get somebody to pay for this, then this other funding can pay for these other things. And this is the least complicated thing to apply for from you, right? Because if I try to mix it or say I want $10,000 for a mix of these 32 things, it's easier for me to say I just need salary support, because then I can take $10,000 on my other grant to put it for direct services that I wouldn't have to pay. That was my understanding of it.
Just that it's still, the statement still remains true, because even in the narrative where they're asking for additional money, there's no fiscal, you have to provide a fiscal explanation for money. That's just a given. And so even in the narrative, it's not, there are no fiscal numbers in there. They said that they lost United Way funding, but they don't say how much. And so we're just trying to, and it doesn't mean that you ding them in the funding, because you still may feel like they need that funding, but we are trying to get the organizations to give you more quantifiable fiscal data in particular, because you are making a funding decision. Okay, next program we go to. Let's see what's the next one. Next program is nutrition services. That's our next program, okay? I hear myself echoing.
It's pretty straightforward with what they're using the money. Cover the difference between billable costs of meals to federal and state contracts.
A and B from last year's award letter are applicable. And I can't recall if E is still factual. That this is only one of 2 programs in this area providing hot, locally prepared meals.
Not this year.
Not this year, not anymore. Never mind. Never mind.
So I think, Joe, did you say some other numbers, comments were applicable for nutrition? Or was it Cal?
A and B from last year's letter.
What were those comments, please? Can you state those comments?
Delivering meals to homebound seniors addresses a fundamental need.
Okay.
And sorry, I'm not on the same screen to see where you're typing.
Oh, can you see?
I can now. I have to go back and forth.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
I do this again this way. I'm going to be at the office where I have 3 screens.
Yeah, I have 2 screens. Yes. And that's the only way I can keep up with it.
And
so what's that other comment?
This program decreases isolation, provides opportunities for personal contact, and serves as a safety check for seniors.
this one also, D, it discusses the volunteers. They do have a really great volunteer network.
Any other, any specific about what's in the application, the program description? Did they clearly document the need for the program by providing local data? If we go to that section, for example, that is section 1.4 of the application for nutrition services, okay?
I think they provided accurate numbers again here, representative of why the money is needed and the impact it has on this population.
Okay.
I would also say that geographically, they hit a lot of different areas in Leon County.
That
they have a wide geographic range that they service. As far as if you look at all the different zip codes that utilize the service, I also think they've done a good job of saying, breaking down the different demographics of those people as well. 56% are female, so they kept good track of who they are helping. Yeah, that's what I meant. Target population.
What's that, Daria?
That is what I meant. They clearly defined the target population. Thank you. That's what I meant.
I can read your mind. No. And I think Joe or someone or Dan said that you've already looked at each program and you thought they provided clear, meaningful, measurable outcomes in the outcome data collection table, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I will just copy that from the other comment. Okay.
I think in this one I was going to say on the funding request for this one, I thought this one was very clear what they need the money for. It's to cover the difference in their cost versus what they receive, what they're able to bill. I think because they bill the federal government or bill grants against that.
Right.
So it was very is easily tied to an exact number of meals that they're going to provide.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, the next program, let's see, the next program, let's see where we need to, is RSVP program.
program before. I thought they did a good job of explaining what the purpose of this program is.
Daria, are you referring to the application?
Yes, I am referring to the application. It's a good job of explaining, that the seniors receive training and hot meals delivery. I mean, I had never heard of this before, so I could clearly understand what this program does from the application.
And would that include target population as well? Or we and also from your other members, as far as do you feel like they clearly define the program's target population? That's section 1.4 of the application.
I think there was they did clarify it. It was really toward, the clients are the volunteers, but there is a trickle down.
Last year's award letter, I think, had an observation that's still true, that the program helps seniors maintain active lifestyles while contributing to the community. Including assisting in the Meals on Wheels program.
I mean, it's kind of a program that helps them itself, right? So you can get volunteers in to then volunteer at your other programs that you're running.
Is that a comment that you want me to say, Dan? If so, you need to break it down for me a little bit.
Well, I think expanding on it helps itself, and also putting in there that they lend these volunteers out to other agencies, so it acts for networking purposes as well and continuity of care.
By the way, Cal, that sounds like a social work term, continuity of care. So I'm impressed with Mr. Chiropractor.
And I think what Cal is saying is, this is in part, this is section 1.5 part B, where they're discussing all their collaborative partners. They have a good network of collaborative partners.
Let me ask this, is anyone talking to someone in the background and not muting yourselves while I hear someone like having a whole conversation. I don't know, does anyone else hear those sounds in the background?
Sounds like a TV to me.
So if someone has on a TV, that's what I had to go and close my door. But if anyone has on a television, could you shut it down or put it on mute or something? Because we can actually hear it through the background noise. Thanks.
Does anyone see on here? I see their metrics of at least 250 seniors will be served, but I can't really tell how many volunteers will be trained. At least 400 service trips. I don't know if they've quantified the number of people or if that matters. I don't know. What do you all think?
Well, I took from their response to the question that in this program, the clients served are the volunteers.
Yes.
Irrespective of who they serve, right? So
I agree. I do see, I think this is in 1.5, midway down the page, that there's 12 volunteer stations in Leon County. Second Harvest, Big Bend Hospice, Calvary United Methodist, and Elder. There's the list there. From what I took from the application, it was to staff these 12 stations.
I wonder how many people are at each of those stations or what it takes to man each one of these, or I don't know. Maybe you guys think it doesn't matter. I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, would you like to see an outcome goal of how many volunteers they bring on each year? Or an outcome reported of that? Is that what you would?
I think it'd be interesting to know how many volunteers are trained each year.
Because I think they put that in the volunteers, in the people served, but there's no goal around the total number of volunteers they will have, right?
Right. Or does it matter? Do you feel like that matters, Dan? Or maybe that doesn't matter. I think it'd be interesting to know.
I think it does matter. I think, if that money is going toward these volunteers, we kind of have to know those numbers. Certainly there's a trickle down, we get that, but are they training one? Or are they training 500? That's a big difference in terms of allocation of money.
I think where it matters is it has the potential to drive down their cost per client, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, they serve 354 people. So they define it as I'm kind of looking at it here, it is the volunteers, right? That they have 354 volunteers, but there is no outcome goal. Their outcome goals. I'm scrolling, so forgive me for the stall. But their outcome goals are about the positive impacts of the volunteering, which is good, right? That's a good one. And they have a survey for that. But then they start talking more about the services provided in their outcome goals. So they talk about how many meals are delivered by the RSVP volunteers, how many rides are delivered by the RSVP volunteers, and how many total volunteer hours were provided to the community at large, right? But there is nothing about the recruitment of volunteers, right? So it may be worth considering, right, to get a lower cost per client, having goals around the total number of volunteers recruited each year. I think that's what I'm hearing you say, Daria.
Dan, thank you. I would agree with that assessment. Yes.
So to go back to your question, then I think it's reasonable that if you have a volunteer program, there should be a goal around the number of volunteers you can get, right? So I don't think that's unreasonable.
Yeah, and I think that's reasonable. I like the goals that are there. I like being able to look at the flow through that these volunteers, produce. But yes, I do agree. So maybe just expand, not replace, but maybe expand.
You saw what I added. I just said add outcomes specific to the impact of the program on the volunteers. For example, the recruitment goal of the number of volunteers, like a recruitment goal.
I would suggest a rewording of that because they do have the impact of the program on the volunteers.
Okay.
So specifically add outcomes specific to the number of volunteers participating each year, right? And you can keep your parentheses. You can keep your parentheses that was there.
Okay.
Yeah, recruitment of new volunteers.
Okay. So I have that.
Is that the, where did you want it, Dan?
No, I think you had a comment of, you had a, in parentheses, you had recruitment of volunteers. I would keep that as an example.
Okay, so you saw what I did when I said add outcome specific to the number of volunteers?
Right, but I think that can be interpreted in a number of different ways. I think we're saying specifically, for example, the recruitment of volunteers. Because you can have a number of, they do have an outcome.
Yeah, I meant to put one. So I understand you. You only want it would be a short-term outcome that speaks specifically to how many they anticipate, how many volunteers they anticipate recruiting each year.
Yes,
right?
you got it.
Short term. Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
And that's how I heard.
I think it's important to note that some of their funds will be used for a partial match.
We got one more program. While you're going to that, I'll be right back.
Okay, so the next one is the senior outreach services, right? Is that what y'all have?
Yes.
Yep.
So I'd asked a question about the total amount in-kind services and whatnot. And did you understand from the response that they don't count things like big easy chairs or big medical equipment that's donated or things like that? Is that how it?
Okay. What was you saying, Dan?
Well, I'd asked a question about the cost per client, the total value of what was provided to the clients in terms of material goods and in-kind donations. I think I understood from the response, I want to see if anybody had a different understanding, that some of it does include the material donations. It does include some of the donations that they receive, like fans and whatnot, but it sounded like they might have been excluding some of the bigger donated items. Like they mentioned they got a hold of some medical equipment that are pretty expensive that might not have been included in there. Does anybody else hear that the way I heard it, or did you hear it differently?
That's what I believe she said as well, because she mentioned the lift chair.
Yeah, that was it, the lift chair. Mm-hmm. But it sounded like that wasn't included. I think big items like that were not included. Okay.
That's what I thought she said, yeah.
Yeah, so I would put a comment that, make sure to, I don't know, track, I guess, all the in-kind all the donations,
fully capture.
That's it. Thank you, Cal. Fully capture, the dollar amount of all the donations provided through the SOS program. Yeah. Thank you.
See, now's when we need that chocolate, that chocolate dessert that y'all aren't giving us.
I I know that's right. I need chocolate. I heard that.
Look at that.
Yeah, you always like chocolate cake. So please fully cap.
Last year's letter said this program was not covered as thoroughly as the others. I think that, I mean, this really wasn't addressed as much in today's discussion. Again,
But did you ask a question about it? Well, you did ask some questions, right, about the SOS? Do you feel like they thoroughly described it in the application? Because last year, that comment was specific to their presentation. During their presentation, they did not really adequately address that program. So do you feel like they thoroughly described the program in the application? Or it sounds like do you feel like there's still some confusion about what the program does?
Well, the application they did, yes, but just today in the verbal part, this program, I don't think was covered as much as the others. Unless I zoned out for a few minutes.
Well, just maybe to refresh your memory, if you remember, I asked her, has your funding needs changed since the COVID issue? And what she said was that this one in particular needed some additional funding, or they've had to really increase the need of funding in this area, because this is the place where core services have to be delivered by the trained staff. Isn't that this one where their people had to be trained, and they were the ones who were highly knowledgeable, and I think they're the ones with the social services degrees that had to be.
No, I thought this program is somebody needs something, they get something, right? That's what I think this one was. The one area where I don't think it was described well, you kind of had to dig into the budget worksheets. The budget decreased from from 120,000 to like 60,000 or something. So it kind of got chunked in half. When you look at the budget worksheets, it's directly related to their loss of United Way funding. And I don't know that they talked about that as much in this one. I'm going back to the application just to double check, but I don't know that they talked about that exactly.
Okay, I might have mixed the part about having the highly knowledgeable people, but I do remember writing down that she said that this funding needs to increase because of the COVID issue.
So any other comments about the SOS program? I know we have to look at the CHSP funding request, but you guys can seem like you got a lot of questions about this program in particular.
Well, I think that may be because it wasn't verbally highlighted as much as the others. So we're having to rely more on the written application.
Okay.
Yeah. So they did talk a little bit about it, but I would like to see more detail on why their funding requests shifted to this program versus others, right? So this is where they seem to lose the most funding, and they're saying they reworked their CHSP funding requests to fund more in certain programs that aren't funded elsewhere and away from other programs, but it doesn't provide a whole lot of detail. We're kind of left to figure that out. Probably should have asked about that, but
Yeah. Dan, did you, even in, since we're talking about funding, why don't we all look at their funding requests for this program? It's in 1.1 of the application. So do you feel like because even in this section, do you feel like it lacked the information that you need, Dan, specific? Well,
it was an increase from last year.
So did not clearly explain.
Well, it's explained as they had to rework their funding request because of restricted funding from other sources, right? So
I see.
But it doesn't give as much. I don't know. I think as a reviewer, I would want to see a little bit more detail there. And again, I probably should have asked.
It's not really on you, because the whole section of 1.1, we actually added several additional questions for the agencies to give you different additional explanations. So the application should speak for itself.
Yeah.
Well, you know, for specific objective 2020, they list, you know, provide 3 days of non-perishable food items once a month to any senior in need, at least 1,000, quote unquote. Provide assistance with overdue utility bills to over 230 seniors. Provide material aid items, blankets, heaters, fans. I mean, you know, so especially when we're looking at, you know, more of a basic need type program, it really should have that kind of attention versus like an RSVP or, you know, because in my mind, it's more basic need. And
yeah, I agree. I think that's exactly what it is. You call, you need 3 days of food, you get 3 days of food. You call, you need rental assistance, you get rental assistance, right? This is its simplest need something, get something in a program.
I just saw what I did. I didn't put that down. Put that in the wrong. Yeah, see, I put that in the wrong section. We should be go SOS program. Need to provide a fiscal explanation or reason for increasing the CHSP funding request. Do you want, is there any comment that you want me to state? Let me go back into that once I save. But so far, this is, as you can see, I only have 2 comments. I say, please fully capture all in-kind donations to the program. Need to provide additional details about the program. Any other specific comments about this section? We do need to look at the outcome data collection model. And I don't know, Cal, were you citing the data collection model earlier?
Actually, Pat, that was on overall program summary, but I'm happy to pull up the outcomes.
Okay.
And they were spelled out as pretty measurable. 100% of at least 3,000 calls and walk-ins will be given information on services for seniors are provided with immediate aid. Another short, at least 80% of 1,000 of all inbound calls requiring material assistance will receive emergency supplies. At least 230 seniors will be provided with financial aid to prevent disruption of utility services. But it's a great program for what it does, but it seems almost an afterthought.
Okay.
So yeah, I think what last year what they were saying and what we're saying is that, you know, we recognize this is an important program and we would like them to spend additional time.
Okay. So I've captured that comment in here, and I'll emphasize that. I understand exactly what you're saying. Okay. Anything else before? I think you have stated some comments about the funding requests. Are you ready for me to summarize and move to the next agency? Are you guys ready? Okay. All right. Real quickly. Agency thoroughly responded to. So if you want to add something or you want me to remove a comment, let me know, okay, or modify it. Agency thoroughly responded to all questions and provided detailed information. Excellent fundraising and grant writing results reported. Appeared confident and knowledgeable about all programs. Dramatically reduced the waiting list. You commend them for that. They offer a wide range of pertinent services. That cycle, you want them to explain the purpose of the advisory board, recognizing that it does not meet. I'll actually go back into the application and cite the exact meeting time. Just explain how the committee is utilized to assist the agency in its efforts. The board is representative of the community. You appreciate the inclusion of actual client cases. They help provide a greater understanding how the programs help its clients. You appreciate the agency's ability to leverage CHSP funding to draw down additional resources for the community. Elder Day Stay allows caregivers to continue to work. Also, social return on investment this program avoids high institutionalized costs. Unsure when such facilities will reopen, so the funding is a little bit unclear. Fully document the need for the program and define the target population. They clearly describe the elements of the program, and they provided meaningful, measurable outcomes. In home, the agency did consider implementing a sliding fee scale, but recognize that the clientele that they serve now don't have the means. But you're also saying continue to explore revenue models. For example, explore recruiting other clients who have the means to pay for such services. Good job explaining the program overall, including the cost per client rate. Appreciate the agency utilizing other providers as subcontractors is resourceful. Measurable, meaningful outcomes reported. Nutrition, delivering meals addresses a fundamental need. It decreases isolation and provides safety checks for seniors. Great utilization of volunteers, which significantly reduces the cost of the program. Wide geographic range that they serve in Leon County, fully documented the need and clearly defined the target population, measurable, meaningful outcomes, RSVP. Clearly describe the program. Program helps seniors maintain active lifestyles, etc. Also serves as a network and promotes continuity of care. Excellent utilization of collaborative partners. Measurable outcomes were reported. You suggest that they add a short-term outcome specific to the number of volunteers for recruitment each year, a goal. SOS, please fully capture all in-kind donations to the program. Recognizing that this program addresses fundamental basic needs, they need to provide more additional details about the program in the application and during any presentations. Clearly define the number and types of services provided in the outcome data collection table. Impact of COVID-19, agencies secured other grants to address current situation to respond to COVID-19. Seem to do a great job continuing to provide services, including expansion of certain services such as nutrition, maintain their meal distribution and transition from serving hot meals to frozen meals, adding an additional 1,500 meals each week. They reposition daycare staff to conduct in-home support services as well as other duties, and they're conducting telephone calls to seniors. As far as funding, you felt like Elder Day Stay provided a breakdown of the CHSP funding request. They clearly justified the need for CHSP funding in-home services. Please explain the number of hours of care included in the $25,000 figure presented in the CHSP funding request. They also need to add a fiscal explanation regarding the request for additional CHSP funding. Nutrition, They clearly explain the need for CHSP funding, including saving the number of meals. RSVP will utilize CHSP as matching funds. And I'm not sure if I didn't get anything else about RSVP. If someone would like to look at that, the funding request for RSVP and give me a comment about that they clearly define the need. A fiscal explanation. Need to provide an SOS need to provide a fiscal explanation again for the reason for the increase in the CHSP funding, because it was just a general statement and no fiscal documentation. Okay.
Hey, going back to RSVP, I think they did.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Let me go back to their exact wording because.
So it's just for a they're requesting for a position.
Yeah, it's partial salary for a position. And if they don't have it, I mean, I think it just seemed like if they don't have it, they can't spend as much time doing it. So it seemed to me a pretty direct request.
I did want to say before we move on, because I was saying that she had to have trained staff members. It does say on page 112. I don't know exactly where this is. This is budget justification. Now, it doesn't address why they needed an increase for SOS, but it did say that must be a trained staff member available every day, senior solution specialists are on the front lines of our community and must be knowledgeable and connected. So I was right that they did have to have specific training for that.
And that's going to be true for any program that serves people, social work services. Mr. Joe, you want to look at the comments from last year and see if there's any common comments that you guys think are applicable this year?
Let me get to it.
Joe is getting to the award letter. Any other general comments about what you read and what you heard regarding this agency and program today that you would like to add from your other colleagues?
It would be helpful if these award letters, when they're saved and uploaded, would say if they're specific to a certain program or not. Pat, it's hard to find quickly.
Okay.
The one.
Hopefully staff are listening too. We'll make sure that it's labeled a certain way.
Just keep opening every one of them till you find the right one.
Yeah, when they're on multiple teams, it is hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll do that. At least identify the specific team when it's saved.
I found their letter for elder service. Is that the same? This year they call it senior services. I guess last year they called it elder services.
It's the same program.
Okay. It's a comment last time. This is an important program that addresses the fundamental needs of seniors. And this is the only program that delivers grocery bags and dietary supplements to seniors, including making deliveries on weekends and nights if needed. That's number 1 and 2 from last year's letter.
Can we mention arriving on time?
I mean, you can. Do you feel like he might have been just late or might have had technical problems? So do we know?
I don't know.
So do you want to, does the group want to mention it? I mean, we can. I'm just wondering.
I think we can. I don't, it didn't feel like he was late. It felt like there was some miscommunication.
Meaning what?
He forgot or yeah, or he didn't, it felt like he might have forgot or didn't know he needed to be on, even though I think he understood that he needed to be on. Before she was on the phone with him for, you know,
a little bit.
But, you know, we just say, you know, the committee appreciates promptness due to our, you know, effectively having to manage multiple agencies during, you know, our allotted time. So a nice little kind little gesture.
You want me to make it nicer instead of direct? Because you saw what comment I just wrote. It is important for all agency representatives to be available on time.
I'll default to you.
I'm comfortable with being direct.
Yeah, I mean, I think you should know, right?
Yeah.
You should know that we know.
Like, well, it's not. We had one. We've only so far we've had one meeting where the ED never came. So we've had that experience.
But we've had that in the old times too.
Yeah, this is true. In the stormy rain, remember? So, any other comments, Joe, you think should be carried over?
Sorry. Had a flashback. They weren't expecting us.
I had a flashback too for that moment. It was storm and rain too. Any other applicable comments, Joe?
Well, I need to look this up. Last year, there was a second year concern that when they reported the number of clients, they needed to delineate the specific zip codes where each client lives. They apparently listed the same zip code for all 131 clients. I guess we need to find out if they corrected that.
That section is form 2, section 1.3.
I think we also need to commend them on work on board diversity.
And it looks like they did divide up clients by different zip codes.
Yeah, that problem was corrected, looks like.
Yeah.
I think it's overall worth noting the co-location with Echo is a really good effort.
And, you know, that they've been able to basically serve, what did they say? They were up 33% on the year in terms of client numbers. The fact they've been able to pull that off is been good. And I think they also, so the partnership with Second Harvest, right? Isn't that where they said they got their food stuffs from?
Yes.
Did they say they almost doubled their fundraising goal this time? Did I hear that right?
Yeah, they said that they're supposed to be at 36,000 to this point in the year, and they were at 7. I guess I'd written down 72, but I think he said double that. Yeah.
We have not addressed COVID-19, so you want to give me some comments about some of the strategies that they're utilizing to accommodate the COVID-19 as they continue to implement their program.
Pantry is open now 5 days a week versus the 1 day.
Yeah, it seems like they're able to do more, right? More people donating, more people in need. So instead of reacting with a pullback, their services allowed them to do more, which is nice to see.
I think they were pretty proud of the fact that their services that they can be flexible and able to meet needs. Modify their services is what he was saying. Going from 1 day to 5 days per week, the food pantry, for example.
Yeah, and to offer fresh food items instead of just canned and non-perishable items.
I mean, also am impressed with the board member who is like really dedicating not just time, but dedicating their service, right, and coordinating those deliveries, and I guess contributing to the dietary kind of what goes in that bag. They had mentioned as well, right? I think he's a doctor. I think he's a medical doctor. Let me make sure that's right before I say that.
So he's a board member who also volunteers with the program.
Right. But I mean, it seems like more than a standard. Oh no, he's an attorney. Sorry, never mind. But in an like he's volunteering for the operations of the organization, not just right.
Did they not say that about all of their board members in general, or many?
I don't recall.
Okay. So we'll keep it specific to the program then.
I know they said that he was scheduling all the deliveries and the routes and everything, right?
Actually said that the board member is scheduling the routes for the entire program, or just volunteering to the program.
It doesn't need to be a comment. I can't remember it directly. I think I was just personally impressed that a board member would be that involved in the operations, right? Because his name was brought up a couple times when they were coming up with the, you working with the board member, we decided to put perishable foods in there, right? That kind of stuff. So this seems like you have a board member that's pretty involved in the operation, which is all, I don't know. Seems like a good thing, especially when you have so few staff. But I don't know that I don't know that we have enough details to put a comment.
Any comment about COVID?
No way that they might bring the groceries, dropping them off on the doorstep, as well as getting on mat.
Because you talked about the expansion of the services, so to other sites as well. But okay, you said that. So let's go ahead and go into the program. We're gonna probably have to move a little bit faster so we can get done on time today. So let's look at the program itself. Comments about the program. Well, you actually have said a few things. These are program specific.
But with the application, I thought they did a good job of explaining why they wanted the increase and what they were going to do with the money. And I think also in the presentation, so they have 235 people in a wait list, so that supported the increase as well.
Is that okay? So okay, we're gonna we'll go into program. We'll go into program, but you've started with the CHSP funding request. So let's actually look at the application on section 1.1.
It seems a little disjointed when they talk about having more clients than they can seem to help, to focus on needing this volunteer coordinator to help recruit additional participants. They seem to think and say that, I mean, getting participants is not a problem.
I thought they said they wanted a volunteer to recruit, the coordinator to recruit additional volunteers.
Maybe that's what I'm here by participants.
Because they've lost some of the seniors. Some of their senior volunteers.
To recruit additional participants as well as pantry and delivery volunteers. But it seemed like getting participants was not an issue for this program. And they say if we receive 16,636, we could maintain but not expand. But they've requested 18,136. They reference the $1,000 to purchase nutritional supplements. And I was just looking at last year's letter, and there's a comment of, oh, where did it go? And they get Ensure, Glucerna, and other specialty products from other providers.
So Joe, is there a comment you or concern you wanted me to state in the letter?
Well, I don't recall seeing anything in the application from last year's comment about seniors get Ensure, Glucerna, and other specialty products from other providers. It says providing this information would help strengthen the program's needs statement.
I think this year, and I don't know what the budget request looks like last year, but one of the things that popped out to me is on their budget request, they broke down that $18,000 across everything, right? So it looks like what they did was took a portion, you know, whatever, 10% of whatever that program costs and attributed it kind of across the board instead of choosing a single area. So I wonder, and Pat, you may need to, if you looked at last year's application, I wonder if this, what we're seeing now is a result of last time. Maybe they only requested something in one line item as opposed to splitting that 18,000, I guess, proportionally across all the line items for the budget.
What is your concern about that, Dan? I'm trying to.
I don't have a concern, but I think it reconciles what was in last year's. You know, if they're saying, hey, give more details on the direct services provided, and this year they split it out across all the line items, maybe that was their way of responding to that comment. It's hard to.
Yeah, it's hard to. Joe, you want to read that comment one more time so I can understand exactly what that comment is?
Last year's letter?
Yes, the comment that Dan is referencing.
Well, can the seniors obtain Ensure, Glucerna, and other specialty products from other providers? Providing this information would help strengthen the program's needs statement.
Yeah, I made about 6 leaps on my assessment there.
I mean, and they do list $1,000 for nutritional supplements, but it's also for a lot of other things.
So do you want to comment about the that there seems to be a small percentage of the request is for the provision of direct services?
Yeah, and I had actually written that down, that out of their request, only $1,000 goes towards direct client assistance. But they admit in their application that they are asking for money for staff because without staff, they can't operate.
I think it's the same disconnect, right? There's just a disconnect between what's being asked and what's being justified.
So in the comment, did I capture what you're trying to say in a justification for CHSP funding requests? I just said it's unclear why the agency needs to hire a coordinator to recruit additional clients, recognizing that the program maintains a waiting list. Next year, please clarify. And another concern was that only $1,000 of the $18,000 request is directed toward direct client services. So is does that capture what you want to say about the funding request? As a group? Okay. Let's go into the now the program description, okay? To the program section.
I think it's a great program. It's certainly separate than anything else we've looked at in terms of its delivery.
So you're saying that they clearly described the program, the details in the application were clear? Is that what you're saying, Cal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
I like their use of the phrase food insecurity and saying that's prevalent in the senior population, and that's very true. And that's what they're trying to overcome.
One of the things they said, it kind of goes back to the funding request too. They're saying they want to recruit additional seniors to address the documented need. So just wanted to put that out there as we did make a comment.
It's got a little different kind of on the documented need.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would have been, I think it would strengthen the application if they defined the total population available to serve. They talk about, we're serving people 55 and over that are under this income level, but I don't know how many people that is in our community, right? They talk about, and I'm sorry, I'm on I got the application on an iPad, so I hit the wrong thing, and now I'm way away from where I was. But so I think they could have defined the total potential population. There it is. Which wasn't entirely clear to me. There's 54,000 seniors, but I don't know what subset they're targeting, right? And then the other piece on the target population, they answered questions 1, 2, and 3 with the exact same response. I think they could have taken that opportunity to get a little bit more detailed. This is section 1.4. All that said, I was very impressed with their response to the duplication of services, because it was defined as a distinctly different service than the other agencies that we saw today. So. Additionally, I think it was also impressive how they use that delivery as a check-in point with the seniors they serve, and then do something with what they find out during those check-ins, right? So whether it was installing a ramp or a plumbing fix or whatever it was, they seem very intent on finding out what those individual needs are and customizing their provision of services to that individual need. You got it, Pat.
Next thing we do need to go into their outcomes and the outcome data collection table. I believe that's section form 1, section 1.6 of the application. Right. They're the same. Any comments about the outcome data collection table?
So
that's it doesn't show what services were provided. But any comments about that?
So unless somebody differs on this, my only thing with the outcome collection table is I'm struggling finding their with this program, how they're impacting these things, right? So they're delivering food to people who need it, but their outcome is they're going to stay in their home, right? Which, Joe, you're on mute, so.
They copied and pasted from another program.
Is that what happened there?
Well, because they do housing as well, don't they, on another team, Pat?
Yeah, I think it's okay to do that as a long-term outcome as far as keeping seniors. Most senior services, that's ultimate goal. The long-term goal is that by providing supportive services, it helps assist seniors stay in their home. Not to say that they can 100%. Obviously, it's going to take a collection of services and resources to do that. But most senior services do measure that ultimately. But it's just that the short-term and intermediate outcomes are all three outcomes are exactly the same, basically.
And not specific to this program application.
The program, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and that's the concern.
Yeah.
Well, so how else would you, I mean, I don't disagree with what the committee's saying. I'm just saying how else, what number would be satisfactory, or how do you capture the outcomes?
Kind of probably similar to what Elder Care did. You'll see whether it's SOS services, you saw how they quantify, because some of these are outputs. How many bags of groceries did you deliver?
Well, I think that's what we should drill down to is I think that would be helpful
yeah, so that you'll look at, because you want to see what services, that direct client services were provided to the client. I'll wordsmith this and I'll give them some examples for the specific program.
I think at least this committee seems to be very interested in hard numbers, so if we were looking at bags, deliveries, however we wanted to separate that out.
I mean, and another example, Pat, as related to the funding request, number of volunteers recruited, right? To be able to expand capacity, like any of those things that are directly related to the program and funding you're asking for would be really helpful.
Okay. Okay, all right. So I've got that done. So you ready to summarize this, and then we'll take like a 10-minute stretch? Is that okay? So we'll summarize this and then we'll finish the rest after we take a quick break. So good news, outreach, this, we're gonna basically, you wanna transfer comments 1 and 2 from the current funding award letter. This is an important program that addresses fundamental needs, including delivering groceries. It is important for all agency representatives to be available on time. You commend them for their board diversity in reference to race as well as skill sets. You commend them you think it's a good development, them co-locating with ECHO. Also, you commend them for increasing their client service to 33%. Excellent partnership with America's Second Harvest. You also commend them on doubling their fundraising goals, particularly during these times. As far as program design, you feel like they clearly described and defined the target population of the program. They documented the need for the program. You also asked me to check on documentation of need to make sure that they gave the number of clients potentially who were experiencing food insecurity. These are potential clients that would need the service. So I will add that with documentation of need. They provided you also want to note that they provided the same responses for questions 1 through 3. They need to distinguish those questions and provide different information. It is impressive how the agency addresses the individualized needs of clients by customizing the services based on assessments provided by their volunteers. As far as the outcome data collection table, they need to add other specific short-term and intermediate outcomes that document the service provided by the program, such as including recruitment. What is the goal for recruitment of the number of seniors they anticipate serving, number of bags of groceries, number of volunteers recruited in the program, etc. Impact of COVID-19, you commend them for transitioning quickly. They increased distribution from 2 to 5 days for their food, the food bank. They secured more donations to increase their ability to respond to current community demands, their ability to be flexible to address the current situations. You also commend them for offering fresh fruits, including meat, ensure, etc. Impressive. You're impressed. The board involvement was impressive. They're now dropping groceries of the food on the steps of the seniors to assure for social distancing. Justification for CHSP funding. It is unclear why the agency needs to hire a coordinator to recruit additional clients. Recognize that the program maintains a waiting list next year. Okay. And you also had a concern that they were asking of the $18,000, only $1,000 is for direct client service. And probably if they had made explained it. So for example, if you can say that we're securing, insuring other kinds of resources through donations and then justify that you just need a staff person, but give you some more details regarding the funding request. Is that kind of a nutshell what you want me to write up? Or did I misstate anything that you would like me to modify?
Sounds good to me.
I think it went from 1 to 5 days. You had 2 to 5 days up there. It's just a little thing, but I think it was 1 to 5 days. Thank you.
I need to unmute myself. Is it okay if we take a small break and come back at 2:55, 5 minutes till 3?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll see you shortly. Let's go to the next program. We're ready. Next agency. Is everyone back? Probably not yet, right? Okay.
I think so.
So, okay.
So for all project,
Let's see.
comments from last year, I think that would be still applicable. The focus, number 3, the focus of the program, supporting the needs of caregivers, addresses an important community need.
Okay.
I guess we're not dealing with board representation at site visits since, or were they told to have a good board representation on the call?
No, we gave them up to 5 people. They could have actually 5 connections per agency. So we didn't say that you had to or not though, but we
Okay.
encourage agencies to do that in general for any type of grant review.
Yeah, so I didn't want to hold it against anyone if we didn't have some people there, but I think we had only 2 that had people who actually used the services, and this was one. But wasn't he a board member also?
Yes, he's he's also a board member, but you can still come say that was helpful hearing from him.
Like I said, I didn't want to hold it against anybody, but it's just so important to have those testimonials. So that was very good that they did that and helpful.
Yeah, it was helpful having Phil comment as a former participant and now a board member.
Hey, Pat, there were a lot of typos in this application. Just misspellings and things like that. I always get concerned when I see that because in the wrong committee, it could, or in entire committees, it could hurt them, right? It didn't take away from the meaning, but it's just an attention to detail.
There was a comment last year of continue to explore how to increase revenues through the collection of program service fees. And I don't know if that's.
Can you say that one more time, Joe, please?
Explore how to increase revenues through the collection of program service fees.
Yeah, that was a recommendations as a general, as a way to generate revenue.
And I don't know if that was addressed. I don't recall.
I don't remember John addressing that. He's pretty new though.
One way to look at their actual budget. Does the budget have, it does have some program service fees in the budget. So if you actually look at the agency's budget for the current fiscal year, it has, they have program service fees, 21,700 for this program.
Well, the recommendation was to explore how to increase those revenues.
Do you want to have that? I mean, you guys did not ask them that question, right? I mean, we could say, you want me to say continue to explore?
Well, I didn't look at the budget sheets to see if from year to year, if that's showing an increase or not.
It's a decrease, so we can I think safely assume that it's lower. Well, I mean, we know they're projecting lower, so we can assume, I think, that they're not looking to increase revenue from that source. It went from 20, you said 21,000, then last year was 27 and change.
Right.
So.
So I'll just put something about continue efforts. Joe, what number was that comment, please?
Nine.
Thank you. Okay.
It will, now I'm reading it as last year was 23.2, and that was, or that's the current, I'm sorry, and then the proposed is 24.7. So I mean, they didn't buy much, but theoretically they did increase the program service fees.
Well,
I'm seeing different numbers. Can we reconcile that?
Cal is citing the overall agency and not the Pacific program. That's the difference. Cal,
Thank
your
you.
number includes the entire agency's number.
Got it.
And Dan's numbers are the Pacific program.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
you can, I'll just write it and say continue, and maybe they can give you a report to the next year's review committee.
It's good. Thanks.
Okay. Okay. You want to go to the program now, Joe? Those are any comments that you have in general about the agency from this this grant cycle? And while you're thinking, the easiest thing to do is go to COVID-19. Let's look at their response to COVID-19.
Well, it sounded like it's transitioned well from in-person respite locations to virtual.
When you say that again, Joe, because you said transition from in-person
to virtual.
And that was for what specific parts of the services?
The respite locations?
Or did they say they're doing respite in home? Because
they transitioned to in-home for some.
Okay.
And then they also said that they were giving activity baskets, which in essence provide some respite for the caregiver. I thought that was a very creative way to provide that respite for the caregivers. And they also transitioned their support groups to Zoom, and we're actually meeting more often in some cases.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it was, Jess.
Pat, as an aside, and this is similar to elder care, if they don't resume group respite, right, for in the next couple of years, are they able to repurpose these funds towards some of these other activities that they're doing in the interim?
Yes,
okay.
We're actually doing that right now. We had to make a quick transition within within CHSP2, and we're doing that now.
Okay.
Because we had like a youth program, give an example that that was providing direct, group work with the kids, high-risk kids. They transitioned to Zoom, and we had to repurpose the funding so that a lot of these kids, of course, didn't have laptops, et cetera. We had to buy laptops and iPads so that they could continue to participate in the programs.
And is that a request process by the agency?
Yes, they let us know. They put it in writing. So that we have to approve it before it's in writing with a contract amendment.
Thank you.
We change it. We change the statement of work or whatever is applicable to address those changes in the programming. And we actually do that throughout the year anyway, because sometimes people get funding from another source to pay for something that we originally paid for with CHSP funds, and we use it for a different purpose if we need to. Those are minor though, minor changes. This year we made some major changes for some agencies.
Now, Pat, I know this is a little sidetracked, but they have to show the drawdown of all these funds, right, through the year?
We do reimbursement contracting, performance-based reimbursement contracting. They don't get the money. They have to give us receipts, invoices. They even have to give us their bank statement documenting that the check went through, was cleared and processed. And they have to give us quarterly progress reports about what activities they conducted in conformance with the contract. So yeah, we do we do what is called desk auditing. Every penny we give, we have to demonstrate, we have documentation to show how that money was spent. That's what Anita Morrell does for fun. I mean, it's the reality. This is a tough year because every committee has felt like, okay, we're making decisions, Pat, but we're making futuristic decisions without knowing what's going to happen in the future. And I think that's true for all of us, right? In some ways.
Hey, Pat, just one, this is an agency one. On their check writing and signing policies, it might be helpful. They have a provision in there that the ED is allowed to write checks for cash to make withdrawals. It may be helpful for them to have a limit on the amount that you can do that. Just from fiscal responsibility. I don't know if you would put that in here or not, but it just stood out to me when I was reviewing all those check writing pieces.
So what is the concern? I just want to, you said that they have a statement that says that the ED can withdraw cash, or?
Yeah, they can make cash withdrawals from the account, but it may be, well, it would be advised to have a limit on the amount that the ED can do without authorization or other approval, right? I know, I realize it's a small agency, but just if you look at a lot of these, a lot of them have, up to blank amounts is okay, and over that you need other. This just didn't have any amounts at all. So there's no. I don't have suspicion of impropriety, but it's always good to have a policy to prevent it from happening, right?
I prefer.
And it's, again, randomly particular, right?
Yeah.
When you go through all of them, sometimes little things stand out. So.
Yeah. I always believe in that principle. I don't even want flexibility. Just like we don't handle money at all in our division. There was one point we had to handle money. I was very uncomfortable with that. I mean, don't give me a $10,000 check and for me to give it to anyone. I don't want to touch the money. It's like, it's called self-protection.
I'm with you.
So I'll look at that language and add that.
I just want to add in one other thing to the COVID discussion, which was they said that they were preparing for reopening by stocking up on supplies. So I thought that was good.
Okay. Let's see, anything else specific to COVID? I think, oh yeah, they are, for some cases, they are continuing to provide in-home respite care. I think they said if the provider is if the family is comfortable with that, right?
I think you actually have that in the wrong space. I think you have it that upper one.
Okay.
You're not in COVID.
Okay, I'll move it. What happened to my thing? I see my form kind of jumped all over the place, didn't it?
Yeah, it's that whole section.
I see here. I see what happened. It's okay. All of those titles, headings will go away.
And then you just needed to add back in what you just said, which was they were continuing to supply in-home services despite.
I messed that up.
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
You cut and then paste.
Oh, I get his cut. Okay. 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 You want to go into the program?
The outcomes to me were a little bit unclear. It's the way that they wrote the outcomes, and I understand what they were getting at. I understand what they were saying, but they weren't, the words weren't actually saying what they meant. So, so just to give an example, right? So one of their outcomes, and this is kind of the one I asked about. Where are we now?
1.6,
Yeah,
form
so-
2, 1.6 in the application.
So there's short-term, they have a short-term goal for 180 or 84% of caregivers participate in one or more service, right? So I think what they really want to say is 84% of, you know, well, 180 divided by 0.4. So 84% of 214 caregivers, right? Like it just, the way they wrote it can be interpreted a couple different ways. And it's just it's a little unclear, although I get what they're saying. They were shooting for 214, but the two columns don't align mathematically, right? So if you want 84% of your caregivers to participate in one or more service and 84% is 180, then 115% is not really 207. It's 15% more than you anticipated, but it's not. Does it make sense what I'm saying? Mathematically, yeah, they just need to reword it, grammatically reword it, and so that it's accurate or more clear, I guess. But once you realize that that's what they're actually saying, I do believe that their outcomes, the intent of what they're writing in their outcomes is very clearly aligned to their mission of providing respite for caregivers, right? That's really, it seems to me, that's really their primary population, and is really unique. So anyway.
comments about the overall program. And I don't know if you just heard me because I'm taking myself off of mute, but I did add a comment about the intermediate outcome, that they state the number of clients specific to the 92%. Because it says 92% of caregivers report increased quality of life and support, but it doesn't tell you what represents the 92%, what number. How about we go into the program? It's trying to storm outside. I don't know what's going on your side of town.
Yeah, I hear the thunder too, Pat.
Pat, I did make a note on this one. This was another one about the board diversity.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely need to make some stronger tips in diversifying their board.
Okay.
I thought the funding request was well presented.
Okay, that's 1.1, Form 1, 1.1, if anybody wants to look at that.
It's going to be multiple matching fund options. Am I muted? Oh, no, okay.
I really don't have any other comments. It was pretty clear.
Yeah, they make it clear what will happen if they don't get the money.
Right. And then the match is really the big one, I think, for them, right? If they don't match up to the 40% of whatever they're getting, it limits. So it's almost a 2-for-1, right? Whatever dollar, the number of dollars we give, they get, that amount in matching, it seems.
Pat, you're jumping all over the place.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're making me dizzy.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And I was speaking with on mute on top of that, so that really did help you. I'm gonna slow down. So the only section we need to do now, we need to speak to the program description, documentation of need. You've already made a comment about the outcome, so I do need comments about did they clearly document the need for the program, the target population? Did they clearly describe the program or not in the application?
I think yes.
Yes. The need for respite care is clearly documented.
I mean, and they quantified how many people in our community suffer from Alzheimer's or early onset dementia. I mean, it was all, I think it was very, very detailed and clear what the need was in our community.
I feel sorry for those families now that don't, that's what they say, those special needs populations right now are suffering.
I would like to mention how they do. It looks like they do a really good job with collaborating with other area agencies on referrals, Let me go back to that list in their application. Yeah, there's referrals, services, there's a lot of different ways there that they're collaborating with folks, which is nice to see, including the sheriff's office, right?
Okay. Are you guys ready for me to summarize? And then if you want to add something, just let me know or modify. So as again, comment from last year, this program addresses pertinent community needs. It was helpful learning about the program from a former participant and who now serves as a board member. The other, please carefully review the application prior to submission. Lots to avoid errors. The other one, 9, continue efforts to generate additional revenue. And I'm basically, we'll go back to question 9. Statement 9 in the last year's award letter. And then you want me to look at the check writing in signing policies. They need to have a threshold regarding the amount that the ED can withdraw in cash withdrawals. We strongly recommend that the agency racially diversifies its board of directors. As for its program, clarify number 3, the short-term outcome indicator and finding. Let's see. And then state the number of clients specific to the intermediate outcome that references the 92%. They clearly explained and documented the need for the program. They provided extensive local data. They clearly defined the target population, and you want to commend them for utilization of excellent collaborative partnerships. Impact of COVID-19. They've transitioned from in-person to virtual respite care. They provide activity baskets to caregivers to utilize with their loved ones. They transition support groups to Zoom and are now meeting more often. They are also preparing to reopen by stocking up on supplies. And they're continuing to also provide in-home respite care for families that choose to do so. They can use CHSP funds to draw down matching funds, and that they clearly explain the need for CHSP funding. Okay. And with that, we'll go to the next one. If you want to go to that application, will be Tallahassee Senior Citizens Foundation. Okay. All right. So Joe, we're ready for you to look at last year's comments and see which ones are applicable.
Okay. This program provides vital support services to seniors living on the South Side.
That's number 1.
Well, it's number 2 from last year. Now, there was a 4th year recommendation last year about sponsoring a health fair for men. Did they say they had that, or it was postponed?
It was
They had to cancel it.
They said it was scheduled for June, but they couldn't have it.
Would they be encouraged to still reschedule the health fair for men? There was a 2nd year recommendation last year. I don't even understand. Allocating supplemental funds to support the program?
They spoke about the role of the city, how, and that's what she provided that breakdown of the program costs about 69,000, and she was also providing a breakdown of the staffing. So she actually addressed that this year. That concern.
I think they could do a little bit more to explain that, though, Pat, just in my opinion, right? Because it sticks out there that they've got, a budget of $792,000, and they're asking for, 9,000.
And that's the foundation's budget. That's not the city's. That's not their city budget. For their department. Each department has its own budget, but this is actually the foundation's budget.
Right. So I think what I'm looking, with the budget of that size, I think that was the question of, if you've got an $800,000 revenue budget, and you're asking for 9,000, I think I heard their response, but I think it would be nice to see in the application clearly how they're, I guess, how what they're doing is subsidized across, how it is utilizing those supplemental funds, or city subsidy in the form of salary and space and all of that stuff. I think that's the question, right? With $800,000 budget, why do you need $9,000? Surely you could get it from someone else, right? And they need it, so I think my recommendation would be show that need of the dollars with respect to your overall budget. Does that make sense?
I guess something of that nature, Dan, because just kind of explain if there are any limitations or there's no restrictions. Just kind of understand, you need to better understand why they're requesting funding from CHSP, recognizing that they do have a budget.
There may be some restrictions. There may be some of the restrictions on those other revenues that they have.
Okay.
And without understanding that, it'd be nice to understand that. Yeah.
I think I'm more comfortable with clarify than concerning. I'm not sure I'm concerned.
I agree, Cal.
Concerning, I wouldn't.
Okay, we'll take the word. And I know I've got to work on it. So I'll take, and that's kind of what I'll look at.
Okay.
Clarify if there are any.
Please consider clarifying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll write it in a nice way. I have lots of wordsmithing to do on this. I'll be stuck with a computer for about a month because I have 10 citizen review teams, and I think I may have about 140 programs to write up this year. So I'll make sure it's. I always try it when you're not 100% sure about something. I make it softer and say, please next year clarify.
Well, and especially to Dan's point, they're if I remember correctly, it was across the board raises for everybody. So a lot of raises going on.
And I guess you have to look at what the wages, the increases were. I think they were pretty small.
There's a lot that is agency wide from what I remember.
I'm going okay. But
lady who spoke, she's a city employee, but she's also the director of the foundation.
Yes.
That's what I thought.
But gets, according to, does not get a salary. If you look at the salary information worksheet, the ED is salary is listed as 0.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other agency comments, Joe, that are applicable for this year, or we can just start from, or we can go into the program, or as a committee members, do you have any other general comments about the agency that you would like to state?
There was a comment last time that client numbers that correlate with the percentages provided in the outcome data collection table must be provided.
They did not do that this time. Again, it was just percentages, not total numbers.
So that's a second year recommendation?
Along with the outcome findings of not presenting outcomes in the table provided, right?
Yeah, so that is a finding as well, that they didn't do the outcomes.
Yeah, that's right.
Is one of those, Pat, a second year finding?
You're muted.
If you're talking, Pat, we can't hear you.
When you say second year fine, it is a different issue. Last year, you got no percentages. This year, you have no findings.
Well, but as year, the client numbers
were not provided.
So is it a second year finding about the client numbers? Or is it all rolled up into not doing the outcomes correctly anyway?
They are two different issues. I mean, it's the same section concerned with that section, but last year they gave outcomes. They just didn't give the client numbers. This year they did not give you outcomes.
But they also didn't word it, like when you look at it's the same kind of thing. They say 80% of participants will report that visiting with other participants improve their quality of life. Okay. How many participants are we talking about? 10? 100? You know, I think that's how I read the last year comment, which appears to be the same this year. In addition, they did not include outcomes from the prior year.
Yeah. They were looking at the outcome findings themselves. They actually gave them outcome findings last year without the client numbers applicable to the percentages. I guess we're kind of talking about, and I wouldn't worry about it. It becomes a finding. That's as strong as you can get. But do you want me to make it a second year finding? It's really up to your group.
I would think it's a similar, I would think it's close enough.
Okay.
Yeah, I would make it a second year finding.
Yeah.
It is done. So since we're in the program, do you want to, let's just stay in the program, and any comments about the program? Same.
If we're saying, I just want to make sure it's right, we're saying a finding, these letters say recommendation. Is that the same thing as a finding?
No, a finding is egregious concern. A recommendation is, the finding is the strongest language you can use.
So the way it's worded last year, Pat, I mean, it says, client numbers that correlate with the percentages provided in the outcome data collection table must be provided. Is that a finding last year or not?
They made it a recommendation to give the agency an opportunity to correct that problem. And as you can see, the problem was not corrected.
Okay.
And technically that should have been a finding, correct? They just downworded it?
I mean, you could do a recommendation. They actually gave the outcome. I mean, yeah, they gave them a recommendation last year. So, I mean, I think we're.
Well, I guess where I'm confused, Pat, they had 9 general comments. 2 of them are listed as recommendations, and the rest are just comments. So are any of them a finding?
Not from the award letter you're looking at now, but the award letter that goes forward for this year, it becomes a finding. So sometimes
it's not a second year finding, it's just a finding.
It's a finding. That's what I was trying to say.
So take out second year.
Okay.
I guess.
I'll write, when I write this concern, you want me to write it as a serious concern? I can, it's all about language too.
Yeah, well, they clearly didn't read and comply.
Do you want me to reference last year's concern and this year's concern in the finding? And that way it's clear, it kind of documents a pattern?
Why not just say last year's recommendation, this year's finding?
Okay, I'll do that.
Joe, is that kind of what is that language okay with you?
Yeah.
Okay, will do. Okay. How about we look at program, go into Form 2 and look at the program. I don't know if you want to, and we can look at anything you want to look at, cost per client rates as well, but you also have the 1.1 target population documentation of needs. Did they clearly describe the program? Clearly document the need for the program? Those types of questions.
I like how they listed out the objectives. That was a listing of the 12 objectives.
Trying to find what section. Daria, what section are you on? In the program description, are you're in 1.5?
Goals and objectives. So,
section 1.5, because we were in 1.4.
Oh, I apologize. I jumped around.
Okay. And can do we have any comments for 1.4, and then we can go to next to 1.5?
Well, they specifically identify which seniors are being targeted from specific neighborhoods. Although I didn't know which town is in the south side.
Maybe census tracts. They're saying south side and surrounding areas.
Program's called South Side, so I was thinking South Side.
Yeah.
But they do specifically target.
I mean, they primarily serve out of Jack McLean and Jay Gaither.
Say that again, Dan.
Don't they specifically serve out of Jack McLean and Jay Gaither, which are community centers on the south side?
Yeah. You want me to? Okay.
I mean,
they make it accessible. Mm-hmm.
They do have the census tracts in there.
They do coordinate with a lot of other organizations in town. And to a point that was raised earlier, having someone proofread the application before it's submitted for grammatical issues would be helpful.
I agree.
Pat will phrase that nicely.
You're on mute, Pat.
It was probably good I was on mute, actually. So it's all okay, because it brought out a spontaneous laugh in me. Just say I've had to write this before, these comments, such a comment before.
It's not difficult to find somebody to proofread for you.
I know before I send out the award letters, I have all my staff and county staff, we comb every comment for grammar, for correctness. Yeah, absolutely. You know, you can't see your own errors. It's impossible, because
Right.
it's, you know, like you think in the mind, even in your mind, you actually wrote that word, and when you read it, you see that word, but that word is not there.
Yep.
That's a good example. Okay. Do you think that did they clearly describe the program? I think we have something about the target population, about the program being accessible to South Side because they're located at Jack McLean, and I can't think of the other location on South Side.
Gaither.
And Gaither. And so any comment about the description of the program itself?
My only comment, and this kind of goes into the impact of COVID-19, I did not get the sense, I guess comparatively to the other agents, some of the other agencies, they seem to be a little bit behind the curve on the COVID-19. It sounded like they were getting Zoom, right? They were just now implementing some things. And when I look at the programs that they're providing, they are all delivered programming, right? It's programming that needs to be delivered. I just kind of would have thought, if you're so dependent on that, on delivery of programming, you've been a little further ahead by this point. That's my perception. I'm curious to see if anybody shares that.
Comments from your committee members?
No, I agree with Dan. I think he's kind of spot on with what they just said.
Phone calls, I think right now, as far as they're making phone calls, right? And they're hoping to transition to Zoom, right?
Well, they just, and I don't know if I want this as a full comment, but because they don't forget they also run in the they're running the classes on WCOT, right?
Yes, right.
So it just seemed later in the mix that these things were added.
I certainly see to your point, Dan. I don't know. Is the expectations that they're going, what are our expectations that they have really hammered out something? I guess you're saying, basically you would want more of a response for them or a more timely response.
So I think what I'm trying to communicate is, I don't know, with all of your programming was live classes, right? All of it seemed to be kind of live classes of fitness or health or whatever it was. The comment that stuck out to me is like, oh, we're getting Zoom soon, right? That was the piece that stuck out to me because we've been doing this for 100 days now, right? So we've been kind of in this world for 100 days. And everybody else seems to have transitioned to Zoom, Teams, WebEx, something. Everybody's kind of transitioned to something to be able to continue services. And I was a little surprised that they were in the process of getting Zoom. I think that's all it was. So I'm not in agreement with the. I don't want to say that they're not fully prepared. I was just surprised that it's taken this long for them to get to the point where they are. And maybe it is the technology challenges that the communities that they serve face that can't get on or something, but it felt a little behind the curve compared to other agencies that were doing things more quickly, right? We've gone to curbside, we're doing check-ins, we have Zoom support groups. We've heard all those things up to this point, and it seemed like they were a little bit later in the curve. But again, that said, they have the TV classes on WCOT, which is great. I don't know how you're going to track that, but you did put it out there to overcome the technology challenges, and maybe that's what they didn't communicate well. That none of our people have Wi-Fi, or none of the people that we serve have smartphones, or none of the people that we serve have the ability to, and maybe that wasn't communicated, and that's all that was going on. Without it being communicated, it stood out for me.
I agree, Dan. I wouldn't mind us using a little bit stronger language there. And it was their job. They knew this question was coming. And I have real concerns. I mean, this is not a small organization. We've had others with much, less resource that have come out with a much stronger response. So I wouldn't mind, putting some stronger language in there if the committee is up for it.
I can add the word "it's concerning."
Yeah, it's very concerning. I mean, they're a large organization.
Shoot, I'm just on mute again, talking it to myself. I try to put myself on mute because it allows you guys to sound clear, but it's hard to be in my role and mute, unmute, mute, unmute. You forget. So I just need you to give me a comment about the program description. That's what's missing here. About did you clearly understand how the program is implemented? If you were in the program description. And I guess, you know, we really haven't done documentation of need either. Yeah. So the program section, we need to add a little bit more information in that.
I understood what the program was going to do. I'm not as clear as how they're going to do it in COVID, right? I think that's kind of the.
Okay, understand.
Yeah, I think for me, that's what it is. On the target population, I mean, again, they don't have the numbers. They put it's a lot of percentages.
Mm-hmm.
So it's hard to tell what kind of market share they have. And that could definitely be more detailed.
Is there, Dan, is there a specific section that you're referencing so I can go there?
Yeah, I mean, when they look at, I'm looking at 1.4, question 1.
Question 1.
You target extremely low to moderately low income seniors age 55 or older who are still independent. And then they talk about the target areas. But it's hard to, you know, I don't know how many, maybe there are only 10 people in that group. I think they served a total of 34, but are there thousands in the neighborhood and they're serving 34, or they're only 50 in the neighborhood and they're serving 34? I think that's kind of, I think that's important to get a feel for what the.
Right. Yeah. Let's look in the documentation of need and see if they clarified any. That's question 4 in that section, right? No, not 4, but section, that's section B, documentation of need, question 1.
Yeah, it's not, they don't have the total numbers there either.
Okay.
Again, a lot of percentages about health issues, and I think they're documenting that there are people with health issues, but still, without knowing how many people that represents, it's hard to determine how effective they are.
Okay. And okay, I'll go in and I'll be real specific. Once I go in and start writing this section, I'll go into the section and read it so I can be very specific about your comment, okay?
1.4 number 5 says 130 clients, 250 community members, but yeah,
it's how many they want to serve, right?
Right.
Okay.
Not much in there.
Okay. So next we need to look at is the CHSP funding. I guess you've kind of spoken about it a little bit earlier when you said it's and I'm going to put this here because it speaks to the funding request more so than anything. Okay, so that's your first comment. You really was trying to figure out why you feel like you're unclear as to why they need CHSP funding in relation to their overall budget size. And so I'll put that in there. So that's a general comment about the funding request. And that's 1.1.
4,500 for certified senior fitness instructors to teach them body balance, and 4,500 to partially fund the wellness circles and healthy for life classes and health fairs.
And the question of if they didn't receive full funding, what are the most essential funding needs? With essential underlined, they just said everything.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, I'm thinking it's all essential, but the intent of that question is if you don't get the 9,000, what is the most essential funding you would want to have? They only used 233 of their 1,500 possible characters to answer that. I may need to get some.
Okay. The other comment would probably be about awards, and let me make sure I'm not mute. In reference to awards, let me ask you a question. And in the funding request, item 8, awards, grants, and direct client assistance, do you know what they're asking to be paid for based on the description that they provided to you?
Well, in number 4, they say $2,500 for the life classes and $2,000 to help fund the fairs.
So what are the costs? What are the specific costs associated? It says health and wellness fairs, but $2,000 pays for what?
Yes,
You know,
it
like-
says to partially fund. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it tells you the activity, but a budget is about what are the specific costs associated with conducting those activities. So you don't have fiscal details. A fiscal breakdown is what we're trying to say, a fiscal breakdown of each of those costs.
Right. And the earlier point that was made about, are there funding restrictions to pay for this program? Number 3 above this number 4 says NA. So they've told us there aren't any funding restrictions.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, you ready for me to summarize? And then you can let me know if you want to add or modify or delete. So, and then we have one more agency and we need to probably move. Let's see, did I go up further? Yeah. Second year, basically we wanted to state that this program provides a valuable service to the residents on the South Side. You want to encourage them to continue their efforts to implement a health fair for men. You also recommend that they have someone proofread the application prior to submission regarding program design, finding, no outcome data, no outcome findings reported. And you also want me to reference last year's comment that this was a concern last year as well. Specifically identify this program, specifically identify which seniors are being targeted from census tract so that the application does identify specific target population by providing services at Jack McLean and Jake Gaither. The program is made accessible to Southside residents, seniors really, that you want to commend them for their collaborative efforts with other organizations. They clearly describe the program in the application. When in reference to their defining their target population documentation of need, you want them to provide client numbers. And then I've actually have to read those sections so I can be even more specific about what you want them to do to provide additional information in that section. As far as their response to COVID-19, you are concerned that the agency is still trying to explore, trying to implement the Zoom program, that they basically, you don't get the sense that the agency is fully prepared to transition its services to address the new requirements in response to COVID-19. They're in the process of transitioning the program to Zoom. They are attempting to work with Southside residents. However, many of them have technological challenges. And they are holding classes on, what channel was that? They're holding classes on the TV channel at this
City of
point?
Tallahassee.
Okay, WCOT. Okay. And the other part, justification for CHSP funding, we just talked about that, but basically it's a struggle to understand the need for CHSP funding based on the size of the agency's budget and the fact that the agency has indicated that there are no restrictions on how it spends those funds. As far as question 4, when they responded to that question about essential needs, they provided a general statement and did not provide specific information. They need to provide a further breakdown of the CHSP funding requests. Any changes you would like for me to make in that particular agency? Nope. Okay, we'll go to the last one, and that's your last agency is Smith Williams.
Okay, comments from last time. Noteworthy, attracts a significant male population. If that's still true. That was number 4.
I'll look at client demographics and tell you in a moment. Oh, I'm in the wrong agency. Anyone looking at the client demographics for Smith Williams?
Looks like
it's almost 50-50 male, 50% male, 50% female.
Okay, so number 4, noteworthy again that they attracted the male population. The intergenerational focus of the program is an excellent intervention approach.
I don't know if they included that in the application, but during the presentation last year, they spoke about it. But I don't know, did that come out through this year? Was that notable? It would have to be notable in the application since they did not do a presentation. We'll go forward, Joe.
Okay. There was a second-year recommendation to sustain the program, continue to explore other fundraising and grant writing opportunities.
It sounds like they have a grant writer and they've been applying for more grants, although not successfully yet.
So I would continue that recommendation number 8.
I think I did.
Okay.
Okay.
There was a third-year recommendation. While the improvements to the board are noteworthy, particularly adding younger members and members with diverse skill sets, the CRT encourages the agency to continue efforts to racially diversify the board. Quorum issue, a board rotation policy, and require members to attend meetings or be terminated.
So they did meet quorum all 12 times, they said in the application.
Okay.
Didn't she also say that it was incorrect that they didn't meet quorum last year?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I heard her with that.
How about any comments about the board, development of the board? Because they had a couple comments in there last year. So do we want to make a comment about the board of directors? We really need to do that for every agency since we started it with one agency, okay?
Okay.
That's just a given.
Well, I don't know how we would know how old they are because that's not in Form 1. I guess when you're there in person, you can see, but we wouldn't know.
They said that they were actively recruiting non-Black members at events that they hold, but it has not yet been successful.
Yeah, it's interesting. I can tell you from other efforts that we've dealt with in the city, there are some folks who refuse to go to that side of town, the BOM community. That's a real issue for people of diverse who are not familiar with those communities. But
maybe we just say continue your efforts.
Yeah. I mean, I think everybody needs to be actively doing it, not waiting for something to happen. So I appreciate them being active, although I'm with you, Pat, like you're serving that community. I don't know.
Now finish your comment, Dan.
Well, I don't know if that's where we want to, I mean, why are we looking for that level of diversity there? Do you know what I mean? I mean, I just don't.
I think it's more about resources.
And I'm gonna have to apologize later. But,
this is okay.
But I think they're doing fine.
Yeah, and we could put it softly where we say continue efforts to diversify the board of directors. But it was interesting to me, and I'm not speaking of this agency, but I was asked to sit on a committee, and I was the only person of color on the committee almost like 2 years ago. And I never thought about it because I go to the South Side, the shop. I mean, I grew up in the inner city, so I'm very comfortable with it. But anyway, I was the only person, African-American, and there were many business folks who are volunteers in the community. And they stated to me, they said, Pat, we just don't go on that side of town unless we have to. Unless we have no reason to. And I didn't realize, I guess, until you hear it, sometimes and experience it, and people willing to be truthful to you in a meeting setting, actually talk to you about that. I didn't realize the realities of our community still.
Now, Pat,
I forgot, we do have the data on the age of the board members. They're all 55 and older except one.
What, this might be a good use for an advisory board that might allow them to bring in some fresh faces. I don't know if we would ever recommend that might help them through this. I mean, they've got people on there from 1995. I mean, eventually some people are going to roll off one way or another.
Probably a group agency this small. I wonder if they could even manage 2 boards.
Well, that goes back to the robust board rotation policy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you've got somebody there for 25 years, I think last year's 3rd year recommendation, parts of it would continue, I would think.
Okay. Say that again, Joe.
The 3rd year recommendation needs to continue as a 4th year recommendation for the most part.
Yeah, and I will actually, once I reference last year's letter, I will make the 4th year, whatever is applicable.
Yeah.
And I can add the language as strong as you want me to write it. You just have to direct me to do so.
I mean, I think it's just something they still need to focus on. I mean, they need to do that. As it said last year in the letter, to reduce stagnation.
And that, you're referring to rotating the board, not the diversification of the board, right?
Well, that's true. I got you. Okay. What did I just do? Hold on, let me just undo what I did just in case I did something that I didn't want to do. So this would be a separate one. Okay.
Pat, do they attend the building better boards? We might recommend that that program for them if you think that's a viable option.
They are members of UPHS, so they could get they could actually get free technical assistance to UPHS as well, and they will tailor the training to them.
I think that would be great.
I'm going to probably say for them more like a TA from something like UPHS, so it's more than just one training. It's actually a series of developmental training. Okay. We've done overall agency comments. Any, Joe, are there any other comments that you want to note?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so do we want to go right into the program? So comments, let's go to COVID-19 because inevitable, you always go to that first. So we might as well start with that because that does impact the program. So comments about their response to implementing the program as we experience COVID-19.
Hey, so I'm looking at my notes real quick, and somebody kind of gut check me here because I've also got written on theirs, and I hope I'm not confusing because they provide similar things, and there were two agencies back to back, right? So my notes on this one say, where is it now? They're planning to provide Zoom services. Did I confuse this one with the last one?
No, that's correct.
Okay. But I mean, my comments, then I think the comments are kind of the same, but I do think when I go back, what's that?
Yeah, because their facility is closed.
Yeah, their facilities are closed, but they had, I guess they're doing the wellness circles and no, they're doing the lunch and arts and crafts provided by drive-through as well. I think what I'm trying to help is my concern misdirected toward the other organization and wasn't more toward this one. But I'm curious what your feelings were on that. That I confused them.
They did say that they were going to start, because they had that second building that we could use, that we'd be able to do some programming with. So,
yeah.
So maybe, yes, you might be right. They have been a little slower, but kind of the way this particular, they sort of have to have that facility. So,
okay.
At least they're looking towards the future, I think. So they feel like COVID's going to be here for a little while. They've made some alternate plans.
Said about they're providing meals through drive-by, right? To the seniors. I thought I heard that today.
Yeah, that's what they said.
which I'm not quite sure how that works.
Walking in the mall, they said that they could just.
Yeah, they said they were providing food and arts and crafts by drive-through. So people just come by and pick stuff up.
Okay. I think weekly phone calls. Okay. Any other comments about the COVID-19 response? I think both agencies stated that they are planning to utilize Zoom. So that was from both agencies. Anything else you want to put in the response to COVID-19? If not, we'll go right into the program itself. Okay.
I don't know exactly where this fits, but I did want to mention that this was the other one where they actually brought in a participant.
Oh, yeah, right.
Somebody who was actually in the program. She was adorable.
To that point, Pat, I thought, and I haven't reviewed this facility multiple times, I thought this was one of the best ones they pulled off, really. Despite, where we were.
Yeah. Considering they're so grassroots, huh? In fact, I was worried about some of the more grassroots programs in reference to using WebEx for the presentation format. That was one of the worries as well.
I thought they did well.
Want to comment about that, or just making a general comment to the group, Cal?
I mean, I feel like we, through the years, we've come, we've been tough on this, and so I think are tough on them, and I think giving them a little kudos is. I mean, I feel comfortable doing that if the group does. I don't know if anyone else has reviewed them in the past.
I have. Yeah, it was better than I expected.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll give. They did have quite a few people of every people on the call as well. Okay. Now, you need to give me comments about the program, the program description, documentation of need, the same stuff we do over and over. And we can finish this up. So juice your energies up a little bit. We are going to be a little bit late ending today, as we can see. Although you only have a few programs, once it comes to funding recommendations, it should go by pretty fast because you don't have that many programs to consider. But we do need to, or agencies to consider, but we do need to make comments about the program itself, okay?
So at 1.5, section 1.5, question 2 was unfinished in the application.
1.5 section.
Or question 2.
Question 2.
So it ends on a partial sentence. So I'm not sure how much more was after that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they clearly outline when the facility is open, what all they're going to be able to do.
Yeah.
But a lot of what they outline is the program they can do remotely.
You say that they can do remotely, Joe? Is that
Yeah,
what you're?
a lot of what they say and the goals and objectives of the program, you can clearly accomplish remotely. So it's challenging with seniors, but you can.
Mhm.
It'd be challenging with me.
Yeah.
Remotely.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely would look for a robust plan to do that, right? Because I think you're right. So they need to have that. They need to commit to doing that.
Yeah, because when they talk about their services, it says the program takes the seniors on a lifelong learning experience throughout the year, but the daily programming takes place at the Smith Williams Center.
I do think. I think their outcomes are very good and well written. They're quantitative and include and very directly related to the programming that they have. And the challenge will be achieving those outcomes with remote services.
Okay. Boy.
Somebody outside in a windstorm?
Yeah, it sounds like a windstorm, didn't it? Literally. And it's sunny outside. I don't know. It acts like it wants to rain and then the sun comes out. Okay.
When this program works the way it's supposed to, where people, leave their house and go to the facility, it does a good job of making sure
Yeah.
that seniors stay active and are not isolated.
Daria, do you want me to make a comment about that?
I think it's a good program to get people out of the house. I do. And hopefully we will.
Oh, absolutely.
And different reasons to get out of the house too, not just for a meal, but for a meal or crafts or something.
Well, I guess one of the things I'm worried about our seniors in general with all of this going on, the fact that the programs are having to retract themselves from serving them. I just don't know. I mean, that's a serious issue that we're going to have in our whole community, in our whole society about what is happening to seniors right now. And they really depend on these services very, very much. Many of their families, and that's true across the board for a lot of seniors, their children have moved away, mobility of families now. So it's going to be a real serious concern that we're going to have to figure out something during these times. Anything else about the we already did outcome. So let's look at the CHSP funding request itself, okay? And see if they clearly explain the need and justify the need for CHSP funding.
Pat, what is the intent of the payment to local, state, national category?
Did they put it here? For them, that's just their membership to UPHS and other support services like that. We encourage agencies to get to join any, which is for nonprofits for capacity building.
Right, so it's appropriate to pay your articles of incorporation fee as well from
Yeah, yes, they can do that without funding.
Okay.
Yes. Any business, any kind of social fees that are, yeah, they can actually pay corporate type of fees.
But they've got money in here for annual board development, so.
So it is confusing to see to be asking for salary, but not having that in the salary line. And I understand what they're doing. They're putting it as professional fees because there are no actual employees of the organization. But what would your recommendation be for them in that situation?
After listening to the volunteers this year, we're going to tell them to put it in the salary information worksheet, just so it's clear.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just because you are not the first committee to have that concern. So we would just make that a mandatory from now on.
Yeah, if it's people, put it in the people line, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I got you. Okay. That was the only thing I had on the funding request.
Yeah, and they could put in there that they're contracted employees in the comment area.
Yeah, there's no benefits, right? Just come.
Yeah. Well, they can't add, well, I guess they could put it in parentheses, but we'll figure it out because that's for other programs that only use independent contractors. They had the same problem. So we'll just change CHSP's requirement so that we can make sure that everyone does it, including independent contracted employees are listed there. Now, and only list like professional fees, like if you have to pay an accountant or a bookkeeper,
right?
Outside types of services. So we'll clarify that in the future. But they did quantify the staffing salaries, liability. We mandated everyone has liability insurance. We just say they clearly defined the CHSP. They asked for additional funding. Do you think they explained that clearly as far as additional funding? And that would be the information provided in question 1, section 1.1. So please look at that and let me know if you feel like they clearly justified or explained the need for additional CHSP funding. Make sure I'm out.
Well, they say it's to serve more seniors. They don't say how many.
Well, they say they want to serve 16 more, but it's unclear how their funding request. I don't know. I wasn't very clear on it because a lot of it is going into professional fees, meetings.
Yeah, it doesn't specifically tie the need for 16 slots equals this X, how much more money.
Right.
I'm wondering about them too. Did they demographics and they show the secondary?
I think this goes in this section, but I just didn't understand with the grants note when she was talking. She said they applied for the Rose Foundation grant. I just thought maybe that needed to be. Would that be pending? Because it makes it look like they didn't get any grant. They applied in November and December. Wouldn't that be pending? I just didn't understand if they just didn't get it or.
There's a glitch, Daria, that we just found that out, that even if they put the word pending, it turned it into 0. So there's a glitch in the new application that automatically did that.
Okay. Well,
So,
she did say she was still waiting on that.
yeah. They probably wrote pending, but it automatically turned it into 0, which was a mistake in our design of our new website. Or our revised application rather. Okay. So ready for a summary, and then we can, I will send copies of this to each of you. I have Sala or Virginia do that. So I'll summarize the Smith-Williams Service Center. Excellent male participation. We know it's 50%, 50-50. Continue efforts to diversify funding. Continue efforts to diversify the board of directors. Add a robust board rotation policy. This is a serious concern that speaks to the sustainability of the agency. And these comments the next comment will be inclusive in the last bullet that I mentioned. It's important to add younger members on the board. Again, it speaks to sustainability. Suggest the agency seeks technical assistance to strengthen its board, the capacity of its board of directors. It was helpful learning about the program from the perspective of the client. Overall, they clearly responded to the questions and had excellent, great agency representation. Overall, good program model that mobilizes seniors, keeps them active, and reduces isolation. As far as program design, just want to note that one question was unfinished in the application. Based on the goals and objectives noted in the application, it appears that these services can be conducted remotely. And we advise them to obtain consultation regarding how to do that, how to remotely transition their programs to virtual. They provided meaningful, measurable measurements in the outcome data collection table concerning COVID-19 response. They're planning to utilize Zoom. The facility is currently closed. They're now providing lunches and arts and crafts activities via drive-throughs. They have been allotted additional space in the facility. Once the facility opens, they have been allotted additional space in the facility to allow for social distancing. And they're also conducting weekly contacts with the seniors. As far as the CHSP funding request, they clearly defined the CHSP funding request, but in reference to asking for additional funding, they did not give a clear explanation. Seek assistance from CHSP staff. Okay, a mouthful. And so what we'll do now is I'm going to save this and send this to you. So this is I appreciate if you just destroy it because it's just a rough draft. Do you, so that you can have, I'm assuming you guys want this information so that it can help you with your ranking as well as your funding recommendations decisions?
Yes, please.
Okay, so Virginia Asala, who's there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, so which person would be easiest to get this to send this document to? Let me have Virginia do it, Sala, so you can get set up for your section next, okay?
Okay.
Because you're on next. Okay, Virginia, I just sent this to you. I'm going to unshare the document. You have the, let me unshare this and then I can see you. Sure. Okay, Sala has already sent you the form, right? The ranking form?
Yes.
Okay, so take about 10 minutes and rank order the programs from 1 being the program you think is the most important program in addressing the needs of the community, and the last program you feel is being the least important. Okay, you have 1, You have 5 programs, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 9 programs on this team. Remember, you're working programs, not agency.
All right, everyone, this is Virginia. I just hit send, so you should have it in your inbox shortly.
Okay, thank you, Virginia. Dan's ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about Royal? Royal? Did we lose
Ready.
Royal? Okay, he's ready. Okay. All right. You had a comment, Dan?
I did. I just, it's interesting in being on the application kind of committee the last year, going from a 5-point scale to a 3-point scale, I have way more ties, right? I don't know if other groups mentioned that as well, but
Oh, wow.
you don't get as much resolution between agencies, right?
Oh, okay.
So
So maybe add another point, you think?
I think if there was a 4, right?
Fourth one?
Yeah, or a 2.5, right? If there's
Okay.
a 2.5, it would get rid of a lot of ties, and at least
Okay.
in my head. But that's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Yeah, you're the first person who stated that to me.
Okay.
So it'll be interesting. Hey, one thing about life is there's always room for improvement. That's my motto. So any suggestions you have, let me know. We'll gladly incorporate.
I have no idea what he's talking about.
You were not on the committee last year. That's why, Dario. It was a process improvement committee that CHSP did, and Dan was on the committee.
Okay.
And we streamlined the application. We itemized the questions, trying to make it simpler for people to respond. So I don't know if that was it and easier for you guys to read, so you could actually find the answer to the question or the non-answer in some incidents.
For the record, all that was easier, but the ranking was hard.
Okay.
Yeah. For the record, all that was easier, but like because 3 adequate and excellent, there's only one of those 2. I didn't find resolution between programs. I had a lot of ties, and I had to go back and say, okay, which one do I really want to hire?
Okay,
right?
so
That kind of thing.
Okay, so we'll play with that.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm going to look at the headings here to kind of, okay, now Sala is ready for you to give her your ranking. So if you could, please follow along the same. So start with Caregiver Support Services Program and end with Tallahassee Senior Citizens Southside Senior Outreach Program. So if you state the ranking in that order, that would be easier for her. Okay. And with that, if our team leader can direct the members to give their rankings. Thank you.
Okay.
That's the same order of the email she sent us, I'm hoping.
Yeah. So the first one is the Alzheimer's Project, and we can just go in the order of how we introduced ourselves and start with Shonda.
I'm ready, and we're going straight down here. 4, 5, 2,
3,
2. No, the 3 should be a 2. The 2 should be a 1. Yes. 3, 7, 6, 9, 8.
Okay. Darwin, if you're ready, Julie, you'll be after her.
I just, the one that I printed out from the other day has RSVP and senior services different from this one. So I just wanted to note that, so if you guys have a different one too, to make sure you get it right. If you know what I'm saying there. Okay, so 2.
You sent that to them yesterday?
I got it a while back.
The ranking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you read the name of the program just to ensure accuracy, okay?
So caregiver support's a 2. Elder day is a 7. In-home 5. Nutrition 1. Then senior outreach 3. RSVP 9. Senior services 4. Smith Williams Solutions expansion is a 6. And Tallahassee Senior Southside is 8.
All right, Julie, if you're ready.
Yep, I'm not going to read the titles because mine match, so that'll make it faster. 3, 4, 2, 1, 5, 6, 7, 9, 8.
All right, Joe.
Hold on a second. I got to get back to my email. 2, 3, 4, 1, 5, 8, 6, 9, 7.
Let's see. I've got 4, 2, 3, 1, 9. Oh, wait, sorry. No, 6. 6. I've got them on. Yeah, 6 for that one and 9 for RSVP. 5 for good news. Smith Williams 7, and then 8.
Four, 5, 6, 1, 3, 8, 2, 7, 9.
I have 3,
I'm sorry.
4, 2, 1, 6, 8, 5, 7, and 9.
And just please check the rankings to make sure that we've done those correctly.
That looks right.
Looks right to me.
So we'll prepare the spreadsheet and get ready for your funding recommendations.
Sorry, guys.
As long as you know what you're doing.
Hey, Pat.
Hi, Joe. Yes. Yes, Dan.
Hey, I've got, and maybe this is a question for Virginia. I just got a notice that they're going to shut down our network at 5:30. So, I can dial back in, but is there an issue? You said something earlier about don't log out and log back in. Would there be a concern with logging back in?
It's just during lunchtime, see a lot of people's bandwidth drops, but no, there won't be a problem. The room is unlocked.
So I'll just hit the same link.
Yeah.
Probably via cell. Okay, no worries.
We'll be done by then.
Yeah. Either way, I'm here for the long haul. So perfect. But if I disappear, just give me a moment.
Okay, you heard Joe. He said you will be done by then. So as you can see, just
ever the optimist.
And I actually think you probably will be, but we'll see. So the first one, the first column, of course, A is the agency's name, program names as well. Column B is your ranking, and then column L, that's the current allocation on this team for each of these programs. So you can see last year, $275,189 was allocated on this team. You also see column M, that's the funding request on this team. And then if you go to column O, that is the amount of available funding on this team this year. So you have a little more money. You have $290,461 to allocate on this team. And then once you make an allocation in column O, it will show you, column N will calculate and show you the difference between the current allocation in L and the recommendation that you've made in O. So it will be the difference whether it's a reduction or increase in funding. And normally when you're doing this allocations, you start with the #1 ranked program, you go down to the lowest ranked program. I think important to note on this team, just recognize that people get services from different programs in this category. Also, Royal, you will be taking over as a team leader. You'll take over basically managing the recommendations for allocations to each of these programs. And I will fade in the background again and starting with 1. And basically, you have a couple of veterans on here. So you start with asking them what they would like, what recommendation they have for program for your #1 ranked program, and go from 2 and so forth. Okay, Royal, and I will step back where Royal takes over this process.
I've got a question first, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Column B is accurate because comparing it to my notes, as an example, nutrition services last year got 82,580. This is saying 150,980.
let me let you know, I actually, because of their allocations to, and I probably have to go back and look at their contract, but after we conducted our funding and their funding was significantly changed from United Way, and I allowed them to modify those allocations accordingly. Did that make sense? No, so you still got to, but when they actually did a, let me make sure I'm hearing you. So you were saying the allocations on this, because this actually, I think, Sally, you pulled this from their application, what was information in their application, but I did allow them to modify the allocations from the CHSP award letter.
Well, I just have people getting only 1,000, like for elder care services. Maybe my notes are all wrong.
Now, I probably need to compare this to the contract because I allowed them to modify their CHSP allocations in the contract to address their shortfalls that they had because of United Way funding.
Well, I just on my notes from their application, what they said they got last year versus what they were requesting. And as an example, for nutritional services, my notes say they got 82,580 and they were asking for 100. If you look at this, they got 150, downsizing it to only asking for 100.
Yeah, that's what I see on the application. I've got the application in front of me. And these are all a little bit off.
These numbers here, sorry, this is Sarla. These numbers here in the 1920 allocation column are not from the application, but what we used from the allocation sheet last year, basically copied and pasted. Unless something else after, and I don't remember. Anything changed?
I'm gonna go get my spreadsheet and check on something real quick. I'll be right back.
Because it's gonna have to alter my brain of the way I'm thinking. If they got 150,000 and they're only asking for 100,
correct?
Well, I'll be happy to give them 100. But from according to my notes, they wanted 18,000 more.
Let me check last year.
Go into their contract to see how did they change the allocations in the contract. So they may be showing what's in the contract versus what's on the spreadsheet. So yeah, that's correct. So Sala, let me look at the figures. Are you doing something with the screen or something? I'm just in a gray.
I'm looking at last year. I was trying to look at last year.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. So yeah, elder stay was 1,000. In-home was 1,000. Nutrition was 150,980. All of these figures are right. Here's what happened. They're using contract numbers. So I'm probably going to have to give you the numbers directly out of the contract so you can modify accordingly. Okay. It's a little bit of difference because I did allow them to modify these figures. They still got the same total amount from us, the 164,000, for example. I just allowed them to change some of the allocations to address the funding awards from United Way. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Okay.
So let me give you those. See,
did that happen to anybody else?
Only for them, it was dramatic. Some programs, United Way fully funded, and some they didn't fund at all. So in order to sustain the programs, I had to allow them to modify the allocations within the various programs. Okay. I wish I thought about it. I didn't even think about it. I just want to make sure. And we're the only funder for elder care. So I'm going to pull up their contract solid and give you the numbers, and we'll change those accordingly. Okay. So give me a second. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay. So let me look at 1920's contract. I'm pulling that up right now. Elder Care Services. And I will open up the contract and give you, oh my God, I wonder if I'm going to be able to pull that out. We may have an issue because I don't know if they separated it in the contract. Only.
Would it be enough to go with what they put in their application or no?
I say, let's look. Yeah, I told them to put in the application the correct amount, so we could actually use their application.
So they say in order 2,400 for Elder Day, 24th, and I'm reading down the previous CHSP allocations. 24,000 for in-home, 82,580 for nutrition, 10,909 for RSVP.
Yeah, you would have to do it that way.
And 45,000 for SOS.
And it was 82,580.
82,580.
So
can you read those numbers again? I'm $80 off.
Yeah, it's 82,580 for nutrition.
82,580 for nutrition.
Okay. So that's it? This is it?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, so we're correct now. Okay, Mr. Royal, your group is ready now.
Okay, thank you, Pat. And team, so let's start with our number one, which is Elder Care's Nutrition Services. Thoughts, seeing how this is our number one choice. They've got a increase to 100,000. What say the body?
Start at 100.
Okay.
Agreed. I think we all agree on that one.
All righty. So nutrition services starting at their max ask. Now we're going to caregiver support services. They're asking for the same amount as last year. My thought would be to meet them where they are. What are the thoughts from the group?
Agree.
Agreed.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. So now we're on to in-home services. Oh, go ahead.
Is that deficit adding up correctly down there as we're going? We're already 113,000 over.
Uh-oh.
No, that's what's left over. Sorry, that's left
Yeah,
over.
okay.
Okay.
I started saying we're not going to be here anyway. 5:30 if that's already the situation.
Let me get my network ready.
So just ignore that.
What was that, Dan? Was that Dan or Joe?
I was just saying, so we ignore the over under.
Yeah, that's a side comment. Don't worry about me.
That's over, so,
Okay. So number three, in-home services, elder care. They've got a $11,000 increase to 35,000. What's the consensus from the group?
I'd say since we increased them in the other area and we're down to 113, I would put it as what was allocated last year since they have so many programs.
No, but that 113 we're told is wrong.
That's not the balance. Okay.
No, but there's only 75,000, there's only 15,000 more dollars to
Right.
fund 75,000 more requests, right? So I would agree with flat funding them from last year.
I agree.
Okay. Is that the consensus? Daria and Shauna, y'all agree with that too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, except for we ranked it third, so let's just keep that in mind as we keep going. But let's go ahead and stick with the 24th rank.
Remember, you can't allocate what you don't have. So just keep that in mind. You had 15,000 extra dollars on this team and you just gave up almost all of that to one program.
That's true.
So now we're at 4, which is Elder Day Stay. 2,400 last year, up to 10 this year. Kind of in my mind, what Pat just kind of mentioned to us.
A big jump.
Yeah.
Hey Pat, when do these dollars? Is this October 1 of 2020? These go into effect?
Yes, October 1.
Okay.
You know, it's for 2 fiscal years.
Yeah, I would be comfortable flat funding given the uncertainty and how you provide services at a place that's closed.
Yeah.
And I get that it's a 2-year cycle, right? And can you refresh my memory? Did they get 2,400 a year or 2,400 total?
2,400 per year.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Let's go flat on that. 2,400.
So last funding line for elder care senior outreach services, they're from 45 to 62 in their request. I think if we flat funded this one as well, we would probably be close to.
It would be.
Agree.
Do you want to put it in check? Is that what you wanted me to do?
Yes, please.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Good start point.
So then, good news. I can't read. Oh, okay. They were at 10.2 and now they're at 18.1. And is the over under correct now? Or is it still? Oh no, it's
This is what's left over, 42,061.
I'd say give them 10
I concur.
How much?
I didn't understand what you said.
what they got last year.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was on the other one. I agree.
all right. So then we're at Smith Williams Service Center. They're at 14 last year with the increase to 30,000 this year. We definitely can't fully fund them at that request because then we would have 1,800 left. But
Even.
all right, and then RSVP, they've got a $10,000 ask, a little less than what they got last year.
10,000.
I would go down on that, honestly. I would go down on the last two.
Yeah, that was gonna be my thought too, to
Yeah.
go down a little bit.
Yeah.
Cause
Okay. 8,500.
Well, I would have gone 9 and 75 to get us there, but
That's fine too.
yeah.
I could go lower on Southside Senior Outreach.
what you thinking, Cal?
give the 9,000 to RSVP. And then that would put senior outreach below 9. I think.
I could bring Southside as low as anybody's willing to go. 400.
Keep in mind though that 5 of those programs are under one agent.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
We fund programs, not the agency.
Yeah.
One good point is though that some of these other agencies serve people that aren't served by the larger one, even though they have different services.
Right.
And senior South, the Southside senior outreach, that was basically fitness classes.
Yeah.
Smith Williams, I mean, we kept them even at 14. They're asking for 30.
Sarah, could you highlight the total funding ask in column M for elder care, just out of curiosity?
It's the 217, I believe. And then we
It's there.
funded
The
one.
217 is the request, and they're at 186.61.
Oh, I'm sorry, that it's there. Thank you. Thank you.
I am okay with going low on our number 8 and number 9. Like for example, you just made our number 9 choice 4,500, and our number 8 choice you gave them almost everything they asked for. So I'd be okay with going a little lower there and maybe bumping up something that we ranked a little higher, like number 3.
Yeah, I thought we had said 9,000 even on RSVP.
We did.
I'd be okay even going a little lower based on our ranking and how we treated number 9.
Yeah, and the only other two that I would bring up are the Good News Outreach, the senior services, and the senior outreach services. Those are very specific programs that aren't covered really anywhere else. And I know they are a little lower down, but they've got the ability to impact a lot more people based on the cost per, right?
I agree.
So I think if there's a place to put a little bit, and I always hate doing this because a low ranking getting an increase, right, over last year when people above them didn't. I do think there's.
If you got good rationale, because also in your comments, you noted that Senior Good News is the only program that provides groceries. And as seniors, the inability to go to grocery stores is fastly approaching seniors if it's not already here yet, because it's now getting dangerous for them to go out.
Yeah, I think there's a real reason to do it, right?
So
and we gave nutrition services the full amount, so there's a little wiggle room there. If we didn't want to give them their full allocation, they're still getting a good bit of increase.
You want to take that down to 95 or 93 or?
No.
I think they've got the capacity to use every dollar.
Just add the balance we have to SOS.
Or to senior services.
I mean, or to senior services. Add the balance to senior services.
So that's 14.4 roughly, 14.5. Reading it right?
Hey, Sala, they're speaking of Good News outreach program. They want you to change the allocation for Good News.
Add the 4261 to that.
Right.
Or split it, right, over your 5 and 6, because they're similar but different. It's the same type of distribution, but they're doing, senior outreach services is giving away fans and lift chairs, and senior services is giving away food and perishables and fixing plumbing, I guess, when necessary. I'd be okay with anything in that realm.
Okay, so I think what you just said, if we split if we're splitting the 4,261, that would mean for the one she's got highlighted there, senior services, an amount of 12,048.
It's 12,378.
2 and 3, and then you said bump up which other one?
SOS.
So that's
I love it.
Okay. So kind of take a moment and look at your recommendations. Make sure everyone, you might want to check with your teammates to see if everyone is okay with the recommendations, because it has to be 100% consensus.
Okay. Anybody have issue with this as it currently stands? Anybody with issue?
You never feel good.
But I can sleep well with this.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
At least we had extra money this year.
Yeah, it could. Normally we've been absorbing cuts, so
Yeah,
I got lucky because they gave me some additional federal dollars to put into CHSP this year, so that allowed us to have small bumps on each team. So no team started out with a deficit compared to the current funding, which was the first time I've been we have not had many years of that. So
Wow.
that was good for a change.
You're making this a fun volunteer assignment, Pat.
We've had some painful ones before, haven't we?
8 or 9 o'clock at night.
2 years ago was tough, and yeah. Yeah, you're right, Joe. We had some marathons, didn't we? So the fact that we actually have more money than last year comparatively, not a lot, like this team only had about 15,000, but it's still better than a deficit, starting on a deficit. So
Are we good here, or are there any allocated dollars that we have to?
no, you're fine, because United Way, I don't know if you know, Cal, but United Way is not a part of CHSP
Okay.
anymore.
That's right.
Okay, so this is just county and city funding now.
Even easier.
Yeah.
I think it looks good. I'm in favor of this.
So how about Julie? Julie,
I'm good.
what's the other, Roy?
Daria? I'm good with it too.
Thinking, where's our other young lady?
Daria?
Rashonda?
Daria, are you okay?
yes, I approve.
And Rashonda?
Yes, I'm good.
So everybody's okay. So your job is done. Okay. So guys, thanks a lot. You've actually finished your job and actually have enough time to say bye to Dan before he gets shut off out of this platform here.
Thank you, everybody. I really enjoyed working with you, and like Royal, I echo his sentiment. It's been an honor working with all of you, and so good to see other people besides, just my husband. So it was really good to see you.
For real, huh? Interaction.
No opportunities to sort of meet new people, so this was a really good opportunity, even though we didn't get to chat too much. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Darian. We appreciate Capital City Bank. You guys have been supporting us for many, many years by committing staff. So thank you so much to yourself and to your company. And my old timers, appreciate all of you guys.
Thanks for your leadership, Royal, and it's good to see everybody. Y'all stay safe. Take care.
You experts made it easy.
Yeah.
All right, y'all.
I wish you guys well, because we have no idea what's about to happen to our futures as we go forward in life, and we can't even, I still wake up sometimes saying, how can this be real? Don't you still do that? You wake up like this. I mean, a sci-fi nut. And so I love science, and I love whatever the rim of what science can bring. And so I've been into disaster issues and impact of global warming and all of that and pandemics for decades, but it was fun back then. It was like interesting to me. And I had no idea. And when you would see it, it's like, this is so unreal. This can't happen. But now, after having studied science for so many years, that's like a hobby. It's all true. It's like,
how fun anymore is it?
No. It's not a game anymore, right?
Yeah, you know how they always say science fiction is based on reality, and it's really about it really predicts futuristic concepts of science, true science fiction does, and who would have thought that? I used to think, oh, this is an exaggeration, right? How quickly it could spread and all of that. It's like, no, this is all real.
Pat, when are y'all getting our forms, or how do y'all go about doing the forms?
We need you to, can you electronically send those to Virginia or Solemn?
Okay.
The last person, just to attach them to your email. If you could turn it into, if you made hard copies, can you turn it into a PDF?
Yep.
Documents for us, and then just send it to us. If you could send that to us in the next 2 days, we would appreciate. Don't put your names on it because it is a public document.
You got it.
Okay. So with that, thanks so much, guys. I wish so dearly I could have seen you this year. So I miss that personal touch.
Nice seeing y'all.
Okay, good luck. And good luck to all the parents in particular. Good luck to you guys as you try to maneuver this new world. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.